also younger than the sun. Here the bonnie boat was once, we sailed to the mystic. Hark now, hear the sailors cry. Smell the sea, feel the sky. Let your soul and spirit fly to the mystic. And when that foghorn blows, you know be coming home. Yeah, when that foghorn blows, I wanna hear it. I don't have to fear it, and I wanna rock your gypsy soul.
Yes.
Just like way back in the days of old. And together we will float into the mystic. Need my horns, here we go. When that foghorn blows, you know I'll be coming home. When that foghorn whistle blows, I've got to hear it. I don't have to fear it, and I wanna rock your gypsy soul, just like way back in the days of old. Yeah, together we will float into the mystic. It's too late to stop now.
Fantastic song, man.
Thanks, guys.
I love Van Morrison.
So good.
And I love you, Rockstar.
Did Kelsey come in?
She did not. She did not come in.
That's fine.
She said the lighting in that seat makes you look yellow, apparently.
Well, jaundicey.
Jaundicey.
Wait, is that
gives
a
you
new
bad
angle?
tonsils.
Go back to that.
Yeah,
We
no,
have a new
Scott's been throwing that one up during the music. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Just in this one song or the other songs
No,
too?
the previous song too.
Oh, very good.
God, I'm balding.
Yeah, me too.
That's crazy.
Me too. One more leaderboard update from the Masters. You got any
Can
Masters?
you play a little
Masters
soft
music?
guitar music, Rockstar?
We call it prayer music in church.
Yeah, a little prayer music. Give us some prayer music. Brooks Koepka still has the lead at 12 under par. After today, going out in 67. The amateur Sam Bennett, Texas A&M. He's at 8 under par. Very surprising. 4 under again today. He's solo second. Victor Hovland just starting his second round. He's even par. Third 3, 7 under on the tournament. John Rahm also just off. He too even par.
You know
On the
that
day, 7 under on the tournament.
That Brooks Koepka score is so good. It looks like it's probably like the third lowest 36-hole score in Masters history.
You think that's it? Probably, Dunaway? You think that 12 under is?
I may or may not have just seen that on a TV graphic on TV4 over there. All right, fun show today. Rockstar, thank you so much. Thank you, Tyler, Lunsford, Forrester. Happy birthday, Kelsey, Taylor Corn, great job. Lance, get better. Reed, David, everybody up here. Until next time, God bless you and God bless the United States of America.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's a new show on a Monday. We're going to ease Lance back into the week, but he is doing well. We will update you and maybe hear from Lance later in the show. I will tell you, he's feeling fine except for his throat after his tonsillectomy. But he did 4 downs today.
Oh, wow.
We'll see if he joins us and whiteboards his answers. We'll get someone else to read them at some point. A lot to get to. Alabama big scrimmage. Auburn had the A-Day and some horrible weather, not by design. The Masters basketball pickup. I don't know why by design. Hugh Freeze is so powerful.
It's just like Auburn to do that.
Yeah, Hugh Freeze like, I need to do a wet ball drill today, so let's get God into play here and let it rain on a Saturday before Easter.
Miserable as possible.
We got movement in college basketball, a lot of movement in college basketball in Tuscaloosa, and maybe finally an import instead of an export. And at some point, a humble brag about.
Is that the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays?
Yeah.
Don't call them the Devils?
Later in the show, because there's so much more stuff that's more important than that. Let's start with Auburn football, because they get down at A-Day. First of all, let's introduce ourselves. Lance is not here. I'm Jim Dunaway. That's Ryan Brown. Around the back room there, that's Rockstar and Tyler. Lunsford and Forrester on the yet-to-be named or bought camera. Taylor Korn is handling everything social media-wise. Kelsey, David, Reed, everybody's up here. Working on a Monday for you guys. And Auburn working to finish up spring on Saturday at Jordan-Hare Stadium. And, instantly we get an answer afterwards, Brown, on a question we've been asking since Hugh Freeze took the job. Would Hugh Freeze go into next year with this quarterback room, or would he be open to bringing in someone in the portal? Well, the first portal closed, and he did not get one.
Right.
But as we wrap up spring, 15 practices, including that A-Day, Hugh Freeze had a couple of things to say. Let's listen, and then I'll get Brownie's reaction to this. First cut 3, Hugh Freeze gets asked about the quarterback room.
Is your quarterback room set, or might you bring in another player through the portal?
Yeah, I think the transfer portal opens soon, and we are open to any position that would help us improve our team as long as they fit within the culture, and that includes the quarterback room. I don't, I know people make a big deal out of that, but the bottom line is you're constantly, I think competition is helpful, and those that handle it right, and those that don't, they're probably not going to be the winners for you anyway. And so, we're open. Do I think we can win some games with what we have? Yes, I do. But I don't want to ever be put in a box where I say something and I do the opposite. So I don't know the answer. I don't know if we are. I know that I would be open to it.
Yeah. Now let's start right there, Brandon. First of all, I'm glad we live in a world where a coach can be honest and say, listen, if there is a player at any position, he pointed out, that can make our team better, yeah, we're going to bring him in. And that's 100% honesty.
Crazy
there.
not to.
Yeah.
I mean, you're crazy not to, right? If he fits in your culture and does things the way you prefer him to do, and he makes you better, why would you not bring him in?
Yeah.
I think from Hugh Freeze to Josh Heupel to Nick Saban, anybody would say that, right?
Yeah. Remember, Alabama had a good receiving room before they brought in Jamison Williams.
Yeah.
Right? And that was after spring practice. They had John Mechie. They had a good group of young receivers. What do? They get a guy from Ohio State who wasn't even a starter, brought him in because they knew it'd make him a better wide receiver room, make the quarterback better.
They did.
Better. And Hugh is telling you right there, it's not just quarterbacks. And he mentions wide receivers too. He needs help at a lot of positions. If there's a wide receiver out there, that would help the quarterbacks. And if you don't get a quarterback, maybe some better wide receivers would help the quarterbacks they have. Anybody is available.
Yes, but I think you've got to be particularly careful when you talk about it in terms of quarterback. That's just a tricky situation. Like, you could talk about bringing in receivers. You're going to start 3 receivers. And the 3 that think they're starters right now don't think you're bringing in somebody out of the transfer portal to replace them.
That's right.
And I'm starting anyway. Yeah.
That's a great point by you.
Right.
Because you have 3 receivers out there, and some of them take take breathers sometimes. So there's 2 or 3 more guys who get on the field. So you're rotating, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys.
So I'm still getting my playing time. I'll be fine, but you got to be, you got to be gentle with that quarterback room, because the transfer portal gives and it takes away. And if you strike out in the portal, you also don't want to upset your guys to the point that they hit the portal. Now, Robbie Ashford has already done that. TJ Finley, I don't know where he would go. Holden Gerner would be the guy you'd be worried about, obviously. He's a guy that was a recruit, was not recruited by you. Doesn't mean he's unhappy, but if he starts to think, hey, look, they've given up on me already, now maybe he punches out. TJ Finley, seems committed to staying. I know a lot of people doubt he's going to stay. So it's just a slippery slope when you start talking about quarterbacks. That's why Hugh Freeze has to talk about it the way he does. You can't send the message that I've given up on this set that I've got right now. And he didn't say that. He said, I think we can we win games with the guys we got? Yeah.
Win some games.
Some games,
yeah.
Yes.
He didn't say he could win all of them.
Well, no, he's not crazy.
He said he could win some of them. Now, in Hugh's mind, some may be 8. Some may be 6.
If he started Robbie Ashford and won 8 games, he's done a heck of a job as a football coach.
With that roster in his first year, if he wins 8 games, that's awesome, regardless of who the quarterback is. But one more from Hugh Freeze on quarterbacks. What are you looking for, right?
Right.
Cut 4 Rockstar Hugh Freeze on more in the quarterback room. Like, what is Hugh Freeze looking for?
What do you need out of a quarterback in the SEC to win the league?
Well, I think you got to have somebody that can make the throws in tight coverage. And you got to have receivers that can get open in them too. And I think we're looking for some of that and consistency in both spots. There's going to be some games you just can't. They're going to stop the run, and you're going to have to make some throws to win the game. And we're not proven in the room that we have that any of those have done that. I'm not saying they can't, and I'm certainly not down on them. I think we can win games with these guys. But should a guy that come available that is a dynamic guy that we think is already a proven commodity at doing that, I think we would have to at least look at that.
Now, this is my first experience, as it is with you, of Hugh Freeze in our state where we get to see him a lot.
Right.
I could not be more impressed with this guy so far, with the way he handles the media, the conversations, what he says, how he's built this roster. I don't know if it turns into wins or not immediately down the road, but I like the way he handles news conferences, and he tells you a lot so far. And I'm not down on him. Brown, when you're doing as good as you can do, nobody can fault you for that. It's Hugh Freeze's job to probably go get people who are better than you.
Yeah,
but as long as Ryan Brown is giving me all Ryan Brown can physically give me, and I get the feeling that's what he thinks he's getting from his guys.
Maybe so, but the other side of that too is this is the rare occasion where you can even hint at not being real pleased with your roster and it not be your fault. Like, no, if Hugh Freeze came out today, he's like, look, I've danced around this, but I can't dance around it anymore. Our roster is awful.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no two ways about it. We've barely got an SEC roster. And in fact, it's not in the top 2/3 of the SEC. We're the bottom third roster. There's not one Auburn fan who's like, well, Hugh, that's your fault. I mean, it's not his fault. There's nothing, There's very little he can do about it. He just took the job in December, had to piece together, and actually did a very nice job of piecing together to finish off that recruiting class that was not his. This is a Gus Malzahn, Brian Harsin era problem that Hugh Freeze is having to clean up. And a lot of people like to just put all the blame on Brian Harsin. It's not just his fault. It's Gus Malzahn, too. He did not do well in recruiting. So, Hugh Freeze does have the rare opportunity to be able to be open and honest about how poor this roster is constructed and it not really be his fault.
Yes, but we always applaud first-year coaches who go in and they don't say we're building for the future.
That's the other dance you have to dance. Yep.
They go in and they come in and say we're going to try to win as much as we can with the guys we have here. We're not going to change our standard. We're going to try to win, get as much wins out of this turnip as we can.
Well, because you only have to go back to the Chad Morris era at Arkansas to see this. Chad Morris came in following Brett Bielema and dogged out basically the roster. Like, we're going to have to recruit our way out of this hole. We can't win with what we got. And he lost his locker room. Like, players came back later and like, yeah, he totally lost the locker room.
Absolutely. From day one.
Yeah, from day one. And Sam Pittman came in and was like, hey, I love these guys. We're going to go out and we're going to win football games with the guys I got.
That's right.
I can't talk about guys I don't have yet. I'll talk about the guys I got, and we're going to go win football games with them. And that team played their tail off for Sam Pittman because he showed some belief in them. And that's the dance that Hugh Freeze has to dance. I think he wants to be honest when he's asked, are you going to hit the portal? But he also can't go to a press conference and be like, guys, we are basically playing with Vandy's roster right now. I just got to be honest with you. We got a Vandy roster. You know, we don't have a Georgia or Alabama or LSU roster. We got a Vandy roster. He can't do that. He'll lose that locker room. And you can never gamble on guys you don't have. He's got nobody out of the roster, out of the transfer portal right now. Maybe he feels good about it, but he doesn't have anybody right now that's signed on the dotted line, that's ready to enroll at Auburn, that can play quarterback next year. So you got to be really careful.
Jay Price says that would be Sam Pittman that said that. NH3425 said Josh Heupel did that when he got there. Just jumped in and said, hey, you know, let's go to work, man. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
So that's what Hugh Freeze said about the quarterback over there. So I'll ask you what we've been asking all along. Do you think there's another quarterback for Auburn in the future?
Yep, I don't think you saw Auburn starting quarterback this weekend. Just and listen now, that's, you know, I mean, there's plenty of fire or smoke out there for to be some fire. I'm just guessing. I'm not saying that I've got like any sort of insight that this guy is in fact 100% coming to Auburn. I'm just saying my gut tells me that you did not see Auburn starting quarterback in A-Day.
Bama Girl Gaming RTR.
Wow.
Checking in on Twitch this morning. Everyone else over there in the chat room. We'll get to everything else, but on our guest, we got a guest coming on, Brownie, next segment, right, to talk Auburn football?
We do. Nubyjas Wilborn of
Nubyjas
AL.com.
is going to be with us,
Your buddy Nubyjas, yes, AL.com. He'll talk about the Auburn scrimmage with us, the Auburn A-Day. Travis Reier will talk about the Alabama scrimmage in hour number 2. And then Chris Doering, who was at the Auburn scrimmage, we'll talk some about, or the A-Day, we'll talk some about that with Travis, or with Chris, and then also around the SEC with him as well. So that's what's coming up.
That's all coming up. That was Indy Fast, Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, coming back to Barber Motorsports Park. Indy Grand Prix, the open wheel racing, coming back with a new name now.
It absolutely is a new name. It is the Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, April 28th through 30th. Barber Motorsports Park. Paul Feinbaum is the Grand Marshal of the most famous command in racing. Elio Castroneves will be there. Scott Dixon, Marcus Erickson among the field of the fastest race car drivers in the world. Don't miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Buy yours today, IndyAlabama.com.
Okay, we will get to Alabama's scrimmage, more from Auburn, and all that, as Brown said, coming up on the show. The Masters still to come in just a second. But I don't know if we're sounding any alarms in Tuscaloosa, but Jeff Goodman had said, if he was the first to report that Antoine Petway was in the mix at Kennesaw State. And he said if Petway gets the job, it'd be the first that he can find that 3 assistant coaches on one coaching staff left in the same year to become head coaches. The whole assistant staff leaving to become head coaches somewhere. On Friday, it became a reality where Antoine Petway, one of the longest members in history, Wimp-esque, if you will, of their contributing to Alabama basketball as a player, as a longtime assistant coach, and now he's leaving to be the head coach at Kennesaw State. First, let's talk about Antoine Petway and this opportunity. He inherits a team, or at least goes to a program that made its first ever NCAA tournament last year. So expectations have changed at Kennesaw State, but Petway getting an opportunity in a footprint that he recruits very well.
Yeah, and that's the key, is this guy's torn it up in recruiting for Alabama for years now. Even predating Nate Oates, he's been a very good recruiter. So it's not like you're giving him the Northern Iowa job, right? And you're taking him and dropping him in a place maybe where he doesn't have those connections. He's still going to recruit in the Southeast footprint, and it's going to be places where he's very well connected, schools he can walk into that everybody knows who he is. So it's huge if you're Kennesaw State. Now, look, you're taking a gamble on a guy that's never been a head coach, but that's what you're going to have to do when you're Kennesaw State. You're not going to get, a head coach. You're going to have to hire a guy that's going to have to prove himself. So I'm very excited. I think everybody that is an Alabama fan loves them some Antoine Petway. I don't know how you don't. The guy gave everything he had for the University of Alabama as a player and as a coach. And maybe one day we'll be back there. You never know. But I mean, you got to be very proud of him, as difficult as this is for Alabama losing all their assistants if you're an Alabama fan.
We were just off the tee box Friday afternoon at a local golf course.
Were you in the fairway?
We all three were in the fairway.
All right.
I, of course, was shorter than everybody else.
That's all right, man.
But I was waiting to hit my shot, and my buddy Jay Orr, who's an Auburn guy, said, this one is going to resonate with Auburn fans. They're excited. And I said, what just happened? Did you get a big recruit? What happened? And he said, no. Antoine Petway has left Alabama. And I said, oh, he gets a Kennesaw State job. He goes, yeah. And I said, so you think Auburn fans are going to be excited by that? And he goes, oh, yeah. Petway is the guy who, in his Auburn circles, they worry most about in recruiting. So I don't know how other fan bases feel about Antoine Petway, but one Auburn fan that I play golf with wasn't worried about the other two.
Right.
Petway leaving, he said, oh, that one's going to hurt. He was excited as an Auburn guy about Antoine Petway leaving. So the question becomes, 3 assistants, a boatload of NBA and transfers. Even Mark Sears is flirting with the NBA. He's going to keep his eligibility, so he could be back in Tuscaloosa. Others like Bediako could come back, but it's a total makeover over there now. One of the guys they're looking at is a sitting head coach at Nicholls State, 33-year-old Austin Claunch, who is 90-61 as a head coach, a couple of regular season championships in the Southland at Nicholls State, was the Southland Coach of the Year one year he's been there. When he was hired, he's one of the youngest head coaches in all of basketball, maybe the youngest. And the reports are he is close to accepting the job in Tuscaloosa to be an assistant with Nate Oates. Leaving a sitting head coaching job to come be a top assistant sounds like a money move, and also an opportunity to maybe coach a year or two and move up the ranks to a better job than you have at Nicholls State.
Well, I mean, he would be interesting because unlike Henry and Antoine Petway and Brian Hodgson, this guy would have good head coaching, not just head coaching experience. Not like, he got fired and he had to go coach for Nate Oates, so we'll give him another chance. This guy's won a couple league titles and has a really good conference record. Now, he's Nicholls State, so the overall record, you're going to have to, they're going to be in some games where they're badly overmatched, but his conference record's really good. So this guy he's done a good job there. So this would be a guy that probably, while it would be a good hire, you could potentially be facing the same situation with him in a couple of years. But if you're Nate Oates, I don't think you can really worry about that. I mean, do you want to go out? Do you want to say, I got to hire a guy that could be a 15-year assistant for me? Or are you like, I want to hire a guy that's good enough coach that he could be a head coach in 2 years. I'll replace him in 2 years. I'll worry about that then.
Yeah, you're now making Nick Saban money. You probably got to start doing Nick Saban things, and that's bringing the best you can get for a year and worry about the next year after the next year.
Nick Saban and Kirby Smart don't hire coordinators that they think can be there, or assistants they think can be there 15 years. They go hire the best assistants they could get. And you know what? If somebody comes and hires them away, I'll go get another great assistant.
Yeah.
That's the way you have to operate. So, if you're Nate Oates, I mean, seems like a really good hire on the surface, a guy that's been a pretty good head coach.
Brody nails it. He goes, easy move when you're only making $150,000.
That was surprising to me. I couldn't believe he was being paid that little at Nicholls State. I mean, it is a money move, but
when you don't play major college football, money's tight in athletics.
I know, about $150,000.
Yeah, we get drunk with the numbers of major college football, but it gets. That just shows you how well UAB's living these days, right? With their success in football and now moving to the American, they're paying, and look how much more money they're paying than a lot of schools in college athletics. And when you get to the SEC and Big Ten money, it's just insane.
It's just that there are, I think, 330 some odd schools that are playing basketball now. I'm just surprised a guy that young that had some success without those resources. All right, if you're paying your coach $150,000, how bad are your basketball facilities? How bad are your resources?
That's right.
And he's won a couple conference championships there. I'm a little surprised he hasn't gotten a head coaching job from there already. It's just in college basketball, those guys move up so much quicker than they do in college football.
Real quickly,
except Dusty May, by the way.
Real quickly, after you tell us about our friends at Gutter Cap, I want a quick recap, if you will, of what went on at the Masters, and then we'll talk a little Auburn football. Just we'll get back to John Rahm later on, but just give me a gutter cap and tell me what you thought of John Rahm winning the green jacket.
It is the patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters. It keeps out debris. It eliminates gutter cleaning. You never have to get on that scary, dangerous ladder again when you use our friends at Gutter Cap. Call Chris Stewart today. They'll come out, and one last time, they'll clean out that gutter for you, and then they'll cap it, and you never get the leaves, debris in it again. 823-2212. 823-2212. Stay off those dangerous ladders. Call C-Stu, Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap, 205-823-2212. Basically, when Brooks Koepka, it's an 8-shot swing. An 8-shot swing on Sunday when you consider the 30 holes they played. When play resumed, he had a 4-shot lead. He loses by 4. An 8-shot swing is pretty hard to pull off.
But it started right there when you come out, right out of the rain stoppage. The next day you come out, and you've got one has a chance to make a birdie and one has to make a par putt. And that's a big swing right there.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And then Koepka helped by going 23 consecutive holes without a birdie. You just cannot do that at Augusta. Now, maybe you could survive that at a U.S. Open. Maybe. But not at Augusta. A guy like John Rahm's going to make too many birdies there.
So consistent.
Who,
the
Rahm?
whole tournament. Whole tournament.
Yeah, very, very good. I mean, he made that double bogey the first day with a 4-putt, and after that, he was very, very consistent. And then, Amen Corner is where you're going to win or lose the tournament, or probably where you're going to lose the tournament. And there was just, Mickelson was in the clubhouse at 8 under, so Rahm didn't have to worry about him anymore. That's my basement there. I don't have to worry about him birdieing any more holes and catching me. So then Rahm was able to play away from the water on 11, 12, and 13 on his approach shot. I mean, if you can do that at Amen Corner, it's going to be hard to lose a 2-shot lead at that point.
Yeah, if you're smart, then you play it that way, and it worked out for him. We'll get into Rahm, starting with a double bogey and not melting down over the rest of the holes. Finally, some sunshine in Augusta happening on Sunday, and a beautiful ending to the golf major. And John Rahm wears the green jacket now, his second major championship. All right, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing bringing you this first segment of the show today. We will get to the fine folks down in Auburn and talk a little bit more spring football coming up in our next segment. But listen, more storms back on Friday. Some of you had some wind damage maybe to your roof. All I'm asking you is get that roof inspected for free with our buddy Greg Nelson at Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's the number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You said, Jim, was that a free no-cost roof inspection? That's what I said. A free no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. He wants to help you get on there, see if there's any loose shingles. In my neighborhood, actually saw one of the townhomes had lost 4 or 5 the top layer shingles there. You could tell the difference in colors. That's just ripe for water damage leaking in there. Check it out, 205-542-3531 for that no-cost, free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and a lot more. A tremendously locally owned company. Call Greg today, 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
If you're listening on some of our platforms there on the commercial break, you heard that the Stallions are back in action this Saturday night, 6:30, down there at Protective Stadium, New Jersey and Birmingham, an old rivalry that takes you back to the 80s when Herschel Walker was for the Generals. And the old Cliff Stout was the quarterback, Joe Cribbs for the Stallions. They renewed the rivalry, 6:30 Saturday night, theusfl.com for tickets. More on that game coming up later in the week. We'll talk more Auburn football in just a second, but tell us about NASCAR returning to town.
It is coming to the Talladega Super Speedway Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23rd. All starts Friday with that big one on the Boulevard, and then the doubleheader of racing Saturday, Cole Swindell in concert, and then the Geico 500 Sunday, April 23rd. Don't forget to upgrade your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. You can do all of that. See more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Nubyjas spot, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. It was Auburn A-Day in crappy weather at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Nubyjas Wilborn, he was dry in the press box. He didn't brave the elements like the fans had to. He's with AL.com. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I don't blame you for that. Nubyjas would have done the same thing.
Well, look, I got down on the field for a little bit pregame a while, and it was definitely hissing and spitting. It was just a cold, dreary. It felt more like an October day, late November day than it did a spring A-Day, but here we are.
Yeah. Wet ball drills are wet ball drills for a reason. Nobody ever expects to look good doing them. That aside, what did you make of Hugh Freeze's comments about the portal afterwards? That's what everybody's talking about. It wasn't just quarterbacks. He was talking all positions. What's your big takeaway from that?
Well, I mean, but he's been very clear about this since day one. Like, hey, man, we basically saying, hey, man, we need more. We need more talent. I mean, it's a guy, you got to remember, their offensive line had 7 guys on the offensive line. Only Jeremiah Wright and Stutz had actually had playing time on the offensive line, okay? So they had to go out and get transfer portal. Now, I do think they've gotten their offensive line a lot better. They still need more depth at safety. They still need more depth at cornerback. Do they want to go get a portal quarterback? We will see how that goes. I think a lot of that will be who's available. Does it match up what Auburn has? But no, he's been very clear. We're trying to get better, but also that's been his message since day one is, hey, man, we're always looking to bring in the next guy who's better than you. So that's where he's at, and that's where Auburn is.
Will TJ Finley be on this roster when fall practice starts, do you think?
You know, I don't know. I really don't. There's a chance that it could happen because, again, it would depend on what they find in the portal. Finley does graduate this semester, which would allow him the ability to transfer to another D1 program if one wants to pick him up. I honestly, I don't know because it could go a lot of different ways. I mean, because TJ Finley is in the mix to be the starting Auburn quarterback with what is on campus as of 9:29 a.m. Central Time on 4/10/23, which all this could change in 5 days when the portal opens, or for all we know, could be changing now as young men may be looking towards Auburn as they're finishing up their camps, depending on where they are.
You know, I'm interested, and this is only your opinion, but do you think Hugh Freeze was impressed by the job Brian Harsin and his coaching staff did or not from your conversations?
I will say I think that Hugh Freeze knows where he is. He is very familiar with Auburn. I think it took Brian Harsin a little bit longer to figure out where he was. I'll just leave that at that.
I mean, he hasn't come out, I don't guess, and taken a shot at him by name, but Hugh has not. He's danced this dance, Nubyjas, that, you know, I said this a moment ago. You really never get a chance to criticize your own roster, even in passing, and it not be your fault. I mean, this is not Hugh Freeze's fault. Nobody's going to blame him, but he's got to dance the dance of being honest, and I do think Hugh's trying to be honest about the situation he's in, but also not lose the locker room. You can't just come into a job and say, we don't have anybody that can play. You'll lose a locker room that way.
Well, but here's the thing, right? I mentioned the offensive line situation. Now, to be fair, that goes beyond Brian Harsin. That actually goes towards Gus Malzahn. I mean, so Auburn had a long stretch of not signing top-flight offensive linemen, and it came to a head. Now, thankfully, with the portal, Auburn was able to get some really talented guys, and their offensive line can actually be a strength this year. But that's just an example. But also, they're going to be playing a freshman on the offensive line. And as you gentlemen know, you typically don't see freshmen play a lot of offensive line. But as Hugh Freeze said, it is an indictment as to where we are.
Listen,
so he laid it out there.
I'm not going to kid anybody and say if this was a political election, Robbie Ashford would win the popular vote, but hell, he may win the Electoral College of popularity with some Auburn fans. There are some Auburn fans that think Robbie Ashford can be a winning quarterback in the SEC at Auburn if he's developed the right way by a guy like Hugh Freeze. Where do you think Hugh is with Robbie, and where are you personally on Robbie Ashford as a guy who covers the team?
Well, I think their relationship is developing. In the windows where we have got to see practice, you see Hugh talking to Ashford a lot. Ashford even alluded to, when we talked to him on Saturday, that at first he kind of didn't know how to take it because he wasn't used to being challenged in the ways in which Hugh Freeze challenged him, and Freeze acknowledged that as well. So I think the relationship is growing, and it seems that Ashford is open to Hugh Freeze coaching. So remember, Ashford was the one player who attended Hugh Freeze's press conference when he got the job, and the thought was, hey, look at what Hugh Freeze did with Malik Willis, who oddly enough left Auburn, and can that success be replicated? And I think that both parties are starting to agree with that. Now, we'll see what happens in 5 or 6 days when the portal opens. But for now, the relationship seems to be evolving. And, yeah, I think Robbie Ashford does have a good chance of not only being an Auburn starting quarterback, but having some success.
Nubyjas Wilborn covers Auburn athletics for AL.com. You can follow him on Twitter at NWilborn19, NWilborn19. And read his work there at AL.com. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. All right, beyond the transfer portal and Hugh Freeze and all of that, I know the conditions were not ripe for good football, but what did you see that was good out of Auburn's A-Day?
Well, here's the thing, right? The thing that was good is also the thing that's bad. Auburn's run game looked very solid with that offensive line, opening up holes. I mean, you had Sean Jackson, who's a fourth-stringer, racking up 77 yards. Ashford had a couple good runs. Jarquez Hunter looked like Jarquez Hunter. Brian Batty looked like Brian Batty. Damari Alston is on another level. I mean, Auburn has 3 running backs that could go. Oh, and then by the way, they got the freshman Jeremiah Cobb coming in. And so that's going to present an interesting amount of depth at the running back position. But on the same token, the defense struggled to stop the run. And so that's also going to be a concern for you. And what that's going to look like, do you have enough guys on that defense to be able to stop the run in the SEC? So it's kind of like the good, bad. Also, you know, good to get in Jordan Hare. I mean, the school said there were 16,000 people there. If there were, they must have been hiding. But nonetheless, I mean, it just was an unfortunate, cold, rainy day on an Easter. But, you know, things look good in that area.
Yeah, I want to ask you, and I think you and I may have talked about this pregame against Penn State or afterwards against Penn State when I was down there. With last season, what happened in the offseason going into the year, it just felt like there was a little, I'm going to use the word swagger missing from the program. Yeah. You've been around it now with Hugh Freeze there. Do you feel, I guess some people would use the word culture. Is the swagger back? Is the culture different now than, say, it was this time last year?
Well, yeah. I mean, because here's the thing, right? And when all that stuff happened in February, the 10 days of the tumultuous stuff, the inquiry, once that was over, Auburn had two logical options. You either say we're going to stand with Hugh Freeze, 10 toes down, with Brian Harsin, 10 toes down. This is our coach. We're going to ride with him, and that's it. Or you let the man go. Auburn somehow chose to ride in the fence, and it reflected in the program. It reflected in the mood in the facility. It reflected in the mood of the players, assistant coaches, and also reflected in recruiting because you don't know if the coach is going to be there. A lot of uncertainty. Right now, there is a little bit more certainty, really starting with athletic director John Cohen is setting up an establishment of where he is the one who at least publicly is pulling the strings as far as what happens ultimately with Auburn athletics. And then you got Hugh Freeze, who seems to be influencing friends and winning trust. And also, I've seen Hugh Freeze out and about in Auburn more since he got here in November than Harsin was his whole time as a head coach. And that's a little thing. You are hearing different things from the high school coaches. You're hearing different things from recruits. You're hearing different things from assistant coach. You're hearing different things from people in the building and the staff. So, yeah, there seems to be a lot more synergy. Now, I don't want to dump on Brian Harsin because all this wasn't his fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were definitely instances where Auburn could have done better by him as far as backing him. But ultimately, it just didn't work. And it seems to be, if nothing else, with Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze understands the SEC. He uniquely understands Auburn and what an Auburn coach needs to do off the field, which is translating to it working on the field.
All right, he is Nubyjas Wilborn. Go follow him on Twitter at nwilborn19. You can read his work there at AL.com, covering all things Auburn there for AL.com. Nubyjas, thank you so much for the time. Have a great week.
Hey, thank y'all, man.
All right, buddy. Take care. Nubyjas Wilborn with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I do think Auburn, they caught a lot of criticism for that 16,000 number. I think they came back and clarified that was tickets sold to the event.
I mean,
I don't know. It got announced one way. It got announced, attendance 16,000 clearly was not. But I think they came back and said, for clarity, that was the number of tickets sold.
Heck, man, if it had been a regular season game that was sold out, if it had been an Iron Bowl, I don't think there would have been 87,900 in the seats, whatever the capacity is.
In that mess?
I think there would have been some empty seats. So if you got 16,700 sold on a day like that, you're not going to get all 100% of the people saying, yeah, I'm going to go sit in that stuff. It was an A-Day game in miserable weather on an Easter weekend. That's a tough sell. That would have been a tough sell if it had been, the opener. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a pretty big game for you to go sit through that mess.
Yeah,
that was pretty miserable.
It would take an Iron Bowl, right? An Iron Bowl with some meaning.
Yeah, I think so.
To set up to go to that. I mean, what was that? Do you remember? Forrester may have covered this. Alabama, Southern Miss. Maybe it was before Forrester's time.
It was a Thursday night game rescheduled because of a hurricane.
Hurricane or 9/11?
9/11. No, you're right. A hurricane would not have affected an Alabama game. 9/11. And Alabama, as memory serves, tested me a little bit. This Franchione, and now actually I do remember this. Alabama had won the Iron Bowl, and then I think still had to win that game to get bowl eligible, maybe, or I don't know. Anyway. They'd won the Iron Bowl. They come back, and it's a terrible rainy night.
On a Thursday night.
Now, I sat in the press box. But I remember the reason I was there is because the rumor had gotten out before that game that Dennis Franchione was thinking about taking the Kansas job. Do you remember that? I don't know if you remember that angle of it. Now, I'm not going to remember who the fired Kansas coach was, but that Franchione was thinking about taking the Kansas job, and it was after that game that he tamped that down and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying at Alabama. Which shows you, how the depths to which Alabama had fallen at one point, that the Alabama coach was even mentioned for the Kansas job and somebody believed it. I mean, think about that it was believable enough he had to address it That shows you where Alabama football was at one point.
Yeah. Bobby's right. A hurricane could impact the Alabama game. Opal postponed her Auburn game.
Yeah.
It gave all sorts of outage.
I think it was 9/11, though.
I do remember the Kansas job. I don't know if it was 9/11 or if it was a hurricane or something.
Would have been 9/11 because that was 2001.
Yeah.
That was Dennis Franchione's first year, so it had to be 9/11. Yeah.
Well, no, see, 2002 was Shula's first year, so 2000 would have been Franchione's.
No, 2000 was DeBoe's last year.
You're right. It was 2001.
It was just Franchione was there 1 and 2, and then Shula took over in 3.
Yeah, it was 9/11. Yeah, absolutely. Just remember, did Alabama lose that game 21-0 or win it 21-0?
To Southern Miss?
Yeah.
No, 21-0. God, I can't believe I remember these things.
It's a different game?
21-0 is a different game. That was DeBoe's last year as the Alabama coach. They lost at Legion Field 21-0 on national television. I remember watching that game thinking, my gosh, Alabama's had some low points in their life. This may be it.
Yeah, Patrick says 2000 was 21-0.
Yeah, 21. Think about that. Southern Miss came to Legion Field and beat Alabama 21-0.
Yeah, I
mean that's a beatdown by Southern Miss, 21-0. You kids don't remember these things.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a chance. I mean, it could repeat itself someday. I guess, right? It could get that low again. You think someday?
I don't know, man.
Never thought it could get that low then.
Yeah, I know, but do you know how long it would take just to fall to the point where Southern Miss could beat you 21-0?
Seems like it would take a long fall, but I've seen it. I apparently have seen it happen once in my life. Our friends at Michelson want you to see all things clearly now. To find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100 or visit michelsonlaservision.com. michelsonlaservision.com, and tell them you heard about it here on the Next Round. Lance has been telling you about this life-changing procedure for years at Michelson Laser Vision. Why not go to the person who does it the best in town, and he's been doing it the longest? michelsonlaservision.com. After having LASIK surgery with Michelson, LT doesn't miss a play anymore. He sees every play on the field. You can too. If you're starting to not be able to find your golf ball down the fairway, other things like that, not really able to see your kids play on Friday nights on the high school football field or soccer field, get that life-changing surgery at a great price from our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. michelsonlaservision.com, the best in the business. Go check them out. Call them up, 969-8100, 969-8100. If you're listening to us in other markets, trust us. Come to Birmingham, get a hotel room, and go see our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell them you heard about it in the Next Round, michelsonlaservision.com. One more note here in this segment. It happened over the weekend, and we'll get to best and worst in the next weekend. Maybe some of this will be your best and or worst. But the Huntsville Trash Pandas, the Trash Pandas made national news over the weekend. They threw a no-hitter and lost the game 7-5 to Chattanooga. What?
Say that again, Jim.
They threw a no-hitter and lost the game 7-5 to Chattanooga.
Now, how does one go about doing that?
You walk a bazillion people, you hit 4 out of 5 batters, and you commit a couple of errors.
Am I right? All 7 runs came in one inning?
I think it was a one inning of disaster of walk, error, hit by pitch.
I think, 4 hit batters, which seems uncommon.
Yeah.
That you've got poor enough control that you can hit 4 batters, but good enough control you can be part of a no-hitter. How does that even work?
Because you're not throwing strikes, bro. Nobody's going to swing if you're not throwing strikes. You're either hitting me or throwing balls to where you can walk.
Right.
It's such a crazy story that it was on SportsCenter, and it will be on there forever and ever. Chattanooga beat Huntsville 7-5, and they did it when they got no hit, but they scored 7 runs. Insanity is what that is.
It really sounds like youth league. Like if you had told me, this happened over at the such and such youth league park, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can see that. I mean, boy, you got to pull your hair out to be a youth league coach, right? But I mean, this is actual minor league baseball. These guys will be playing Major League Baseball one day.
I'm betting no. It was the 7th inning, by the way, of a 7-inning game because of a doubleheader. By the way, Chattanooga only got 1 hit the next game, and they did lose that one. So Huntsville played 14 innings and only allowed 1 hit and split the doubleheader.
Yeah. Offense ain't great, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Wow.
But hey, beautiful ballpark up there with the Trash Pandas. All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Speaking of beautiful, absolutely gorgeous campus at the University of Montevallo, Southern Living raves about it. You can also find out why your son or daughter belongs at Montevallo right now. Go to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, schedule an in-person tour. Wonderful class sizes, small. It's going to help your son or daughter academically. Also, you have 23 NCAA Division II fully funded sports, multi-million-dollar theater department just built there. My daughter's part of the theater department there. Big show of Rent coming up later this month. She's a stage manager, excited about that. Business school, broadcasting school, and so much more. Schedule your in-person tour and get more details about a great tuition price as well. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. We'll do best and worst of the weekend and then talk to Travis Reier in our next two segments. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by the Talladega Super Speedway. Do not miss the Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. Get your spot now and reserve a garage experience. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Listen, I've lost 10 pounds thanks to our friends Way to Wellness since Alabama's loss in Louisville. That's gonna be the landmark, Brown, because we went out.
Really?
I mean, that's where I got to use because that's where I maxed out at 204. We were up there, and by the time we finished our work, we went to try to get a great steak. It was packed, so we ended up going to a different part of town, having deep fried chicken basically at midnight. And a lot of cocktails.
Not exactly a weight loss formula there.
It was not. And then I ate a bunch of crap on the way home, too. Right? And so I maxed out at 204, so that's got to be the starting point. 194 over the weekend. That included a couple of outings where I had Pizza and a big, beautiful post-Easter dinner lunch yesterday, but still hit the scale at 194 today, so down 10 pounds. It's all part of my weight loss plan with Way to Wellness. Blood pressure, cholesterol numbers, all getting in check. Thank you guys for supporting Way to Wellness. If you want to jumpstart your weight loss, all you have to do is go to this website, planforme.com. Planforme.com. It takes you to the Way to Wellness website. Here's the best part. You can find out about your weight loss plan with Way to Wellness with a free consultation and no out-of-pocket money. There's no contracts. There's no sign-up fees, and the consultation's free. Just go to planforme.com. Planforme.com. Trust me, this plan works. It's easy, and it involves basically 4 candy bars a day is my plan. You get a different one. It's cookie cutter plans. I get my own lunch, dinner, and basically 4 candy bars a day that taste like one of my favorite candy bars and a bunch of others. Planforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Our man Lance is in the lobby. I bring up Way to Wellness because he just dropped a number on you right now.
Lance told me, Rockstar, he's just in the lobby hanging out. He's not going to come on the show. He's just trying to get out and change the scenery from the house for a little bit. He's been locked up. So he's not sick. He can't talk.
Yeah, no, tonsillitis, tonsillectomy, so he can't talk. But he's just hanging.
One of those things that you can put in.
No, he does not have that.
He's not a smoker.
We're not there yet. No. So he told me though just now that he's basically hasn't had a good solid meal since Wednesday. Down 14 pounds.
Oh my,
14
that's a lot
pounds.
of loss.
Don't know why you signed up to get your tonsil taken out.
I mean,
that was the joke
extreme.
out in the lobby. Yeah. I was like, God, I've got my friends at Way to Wellness. He just had his tonsils out. 14 pounds he's down.
Yeah, Dunaway, when I came back in the studio, I was like, I have worked my tail off, and I'm only down 10.
You're always one-upping me.
Lucky Lance.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If I hit a great golf shot, somebody hits a better one. I lose 10 pounds, Lance loses 14.
Lance gets his tonsils out.
That's the way it is on this show.
Life is unfair for Caillou.
Yeah. By the way, I shaved last night right before I went to bed, buzzed down the head, missed this little part right here.
I was going to say, you get a
Right
mohawk
here.
going.
Yeah, man, Jim.
It's totally
quit showing it off, man.
Yeah.
So if I'm doing this the whole show, it's because this part.
Get those bangs out of your eyes.
All right, best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. If it's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, you call Hemp Hill Services. Adam and Chad, they do it at a fair price. They fix your plumbing. They get your cooling and heating ready for the winter or summer. Right now, getting ready for those hot temperatures outside. We're about to get on the heat up. It'll stay this time. It's going to be hot, 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 so get that cooling system checked and do it at a great price with our friends at Hemp Hill. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. All right, so here we go. Best of the weekend for me is the Tampa Bay Rays. We'll talk later about their dominance.
Oh, let's.
Worst of the weekend was the weather here Saturday, but also at Augusta National on Saturday, where we ended up having to stop play right when the TV window was going, and I was settling into a cold, rainy afternoon. I was ready to watch some golf for 3 hours. I ended up watching it because they did a smart thing. They recorded all the morning round like it was live, and they replayed it all afternoon long. But I was a little disappointed by the weather. It's the only thing I don't like about golf majors, because those are really the only tournaments I watch. If you catch a bad weather, other than British Open where they just played through it, it got pretty disastrous weather-wise on Saturday when they were that number 7 when they were there and they stopped play. There was more water than there was grass that I could see on the green.
Yeah, I mean, once they stopped playing, they cut back to it. It was just nothing but standing water, and I mean they had to do what they had to do, and it's unfortunate. I hate it. You don't want weather to play a factor, but unfortunately it did. And I'm like you. I'd carved out my whole Saturday to sit around and watch that. Thankfully, though, we got a good, spring-like finish on a Sunday. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with something like the Masters. You want it to finish in sunlight and look springy. It's like the first good thing of spring that we get, and it's like the sign that, hey, most of the weather's going to be pretty good from here on out.
But the trees falling.
Oh, yes. Christine Brennan and Dan Wolkin of USA Today were worried about this, Dunaway.
Is that where
the trees are attacking us?
Is that where woke take comes from, Wolkin?
I don't
USA
think
Today?
so, but
okay.
I think it could have, yes.
The tree falling was amazing video, and it ended up being 3, right? One fell into another, which fell into another, and all 3 fell at one time.
Yes.
Just the weight of those trees and the ground is so soft and
saturated.
But people were surprised that patrons were back on Sunday.
I don't know why they were surprised at that. Who was surprised other than Christine Brennan and USA Today?
That's who it was.
Yeah.
And I got a text from a friend who said if that had landed on somebody, would they have kept playing the tournament? I don't know the answer to that.
I think I do.
They would have kept playing?
Yes. I mean, God, sorry, hate it for them. We'll donate a scholarship in their honor. For Please Now Driving Tiger Woods. I mean, I think that's the way they would have done it, yes. I mean, thank God we don't have to worry about that because nobody even got hit. But Christine Brennan with this line at USA Today, clearly the leaders of Augusta National are gambling that in the midst of severe weather that is expected to continue through Friday evening, including heavy rain and high winds, all their other trees, thousands of them, are safe and stable and nothing like this will happen again. They've been doing this for 90 years. 90 years, Dunaway. And this is the first time this has happened. I don't think it's that big a gamble, really. I mean, I think if it's going to happen once in 90 years, we've probably avoided the only time we're going to have to worry about this, yes.
But we finally got the answer. If a tree falls in the wood, Christine Brennan will hear it.
She's there to hear it and worry that things aren't safe. I did see somebody else, though, I can't remember who it was, asking, have they tested the trees? I'm like, how are they going to test the trees? I mean,
this one's good.
Yep. I couldn't push that one over. We're good.
This one's good.
Have we tested this one? I don't know. All right, start over. We can't remember the ones we tested.
Yeah.
Now.
Ashley says so many Augusta members are attorneys. They knew what they were doing. Christine is a drama queen, one of our great female listeners there. I would tell you it was.
I mean, that was a laughable call. The fact that Dan Walken retweeted it is everything you need to know.
If anybody could gamble, they've got the money to gamble.
Great point.
At Augusta National. NH3425, best of the weekend, Auburn basketball gets Denver Jones. He was the scoring machine from FIU, Florida International, rival of FAU, who was in the Final Four. Big get for Auburn there. He was considered the 26th best overall transfer portal guy. So he's going to Auburn. His worst with the Braves, dropping 3 straight to San Diego. They did win the opener and then dropped 3 straight to a team that's
a good team,
World Series contender.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Braves in action tonight against Cincinnati. More of the Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend throughout the show. Some of you are talking about Quinnipiac, which won the Division I hockey championship.
Huh?
Quinnipiac.
No, Lunsford's got it right. How did Lunsford say it?
Quinnipiac.
The Q. Well, I can't believe you're even talking about this.
Everybody but Lunsford. What state's it from?
New Jersey.
Incorrect.
New York.
Incorrect.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Nope.
Hawaii.
Connecticut.
It's basically New York. That's northern New York.
They were down 2-1 to Powerhouse, Minnesota with under 3 minutes to play. They scored to get it to overtime. 10 seconds into overtime, they put the biscuit in the basket and win the national championship, their first ever.
I can't tell you how excited I was over that.
Quinnipiac.
I think that's
Is that
right.
close?
I think that's it. Quinnipiac.
Quinnipiac?
Quinnipiac.
It doesn't really matter.
The Q's. And winning it. We'll talk to Travis Reier about Alabama football when we come back. And then maybe LT will slide in to do the 4 downs with us a little bit later on. The show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I saw today Will Zalatoris Dunaway went under the knife. Back surgery, had a WD from the Masters. He's out for the year. Listen, sports teams deal with that all the time. Sports individuals like Will Zalatoris deal with that all the time. You do too. You get injuries, right? Well, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine can get you back in the game very, very quickly. They're affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. They've got 9 convenient locations in central Alabama, and they are rebuilding champions both on and off the field. Make that appointment today with Precision Sports Orthopedic by calling 855-219-6200. That's 855-219-6200 or precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or visit our website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mac Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mac Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, 1 hour down, 3 to go on a Monday. We've passed the 140 mark. 138 days to week 0, 98 days until we're at SEC Media Days in Nashville. So Alabama just finished their first big scrimmage. Auburn had their A-Day game. UAB's had their spring game. They're back at practice today. A lot of recruits signing in the SEC over the weekend. We'll get to all that. As we head to Travis Reier to talk about the games this weekend, Brownie, tell us about our friends at NASCAR. We're getting ready to race again at Talladega.
877-GO-TO-DAY, is where you make sure you get on board with that. It all starts on Friday with a big one on the Boulevard. That is Friday, April 21. Huge party. Triple header of racing on Saturday with Cole Swindell and the Infield concert. And then Sunday is the Geico 500 upgrade by adding that Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. 877-GO-TO-DAGA, 877-GO-TO-DAGA, and TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Travis Reier, Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports. Nobody has put the Masters to bed quicker than Travis. He's already got on his U.S. Open shirt. The PGA is next, Travis. Don't look past the PGA.
Yeah, you think JT maybe was a little quicker putting this Masters behind than maybe even me?
Yeah, I think JT maybe put it behind a little quicker than Travis did. How you been? Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. So Alabama scrimmaged over the weekend. Nick Saban, in his post-scrimmage, seemed very happy about the offense. I think those are the words he used, that he's very happy about the offense.
He did, and I think part of that has to do with was going against a defense that obviously has a lot to replace on that side of the ball and had some absences on defense too, including Kool-Aid McKinstry, Dallas Turner, some of those guys. Still, I think it was encouraging. I think it also had something to do maybe with the arrival of Tommy Rees at the offensive coordinator position, maybe more of a direction that they want to go in offensively with Rees in there now. And the quarterback competition, obviously, I think you take that as a good sign that between Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson, there were some very positive things to come from that scrimmage on Saturday, and not just quarterback, but the areas around the quarterback position, which while Bryce Young was Bryce Young a lot of times last season, the guys around him weren't what we had grown accustomed to seeing maybe over the previous 4 or 5, 6 years.
Travis, I don't come here to say to call baloney on everything Coach Saban said this weekend, but I think if we go history, first scrimmage, he's very positive and uplifting. Second scrimmage will be ornery, beat down. I think it's almost like the moon cycle with Coach Saban nowadays. You can almost script out how the news conferences are going to go. Is there a chance he's trying to lift these guys up to a level, new coordinator, and sell them up a little bit right now to only beat them down after scrimmage number 2?
It could be, Jim, but it is a very young football team. So it might be an approach that continues. Maybe he's going to spend these first couple of 3 weeks trying to build up a team that brought in 26 newcomers at mid-year. So unlike previous teams he's had where we've seen freshmen and fresh faces make big impacts, they're really counting on these guys where the 2 deep is concerned. I mean, you're already hearing some guys mentioned in relation with the ones a good bit, but when you just look at the 2 deep for this 2023 team, there's going to have to be a lot of these new guys that show up in that regard.
On the quarterbacks, a lot of people, as the year winded down and wrapped up last year, instantly started to focus on Ty Simpson being the quarterback of the future. And then there was that little snippet of video that came out of practice and a Jalen Milroe throw.
That was a dime. That wasn't a throw. That was an NFL throw.
Dilfer over here is dropping dimes around he is. So you tell me, do you think it's anybody's game right now? Do you think one quarterback has a little bit of an advantage over the other? Is this going to be like when AJ took over in 2011? Are we going to play this into the season?
Yeah, you talk about the Saban playbook, right, for this time of year, and especially when you look at the quarterback situation. I wrote about it, talked about it earlier on BamaOnline.com. I think the 2011 scenario is a good one to throw out there because you had A.J. McCarron, who had been in the program for a couple of years. Jalen Milroe's been in the program for a couple of years. You got a younger guy in Ty Simpson, maybe more in that Phillip Sims role from 2011. And it really wasn't until the trip to Penn State in week 2 that we saw AJ fully take control of that offense. The sense was it was trending in that direction, but it didn't fully take form until that trip. So I can see that playing out once again. I mean, even 2016, you went into that season with Jalen Hurts as a true freshman. And, was it going to be Jalen? Was it going to be Cooper Bateman? Was it going to be Blake Barnett, who ultimately got the start against USC, although it was Jalen a short time later who really took over the situation. So, yeah, I don't think there's no value in Nick Saban coming out as we know right now and saying, oh, yeah, we feel like this is trending this way, or we feel like this is our guy, because it's not a short-term situation. It's a big picture situation where you're talking about roster management as well.
Travis Reier is with us, Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports, BamaOnline.com. You can follow Travis on Twitter, at Travis Reier on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I mean, but the easy thing to do was crumble up Jalen Milroe and toss him to the side after you saw that one start he got last year. It wasn't great. I mean, the start wasn't great. I'm not going to pretend it was. But also, I think we make knee-jerk reactions, and there are a lot of times, and maybe this has happened with him, Travis, that just fresh set of eyes, fresh ideas can kind of reinvigorate a guy and find that untapped potential.
And even in a performance that was uneven at best, as you kind of outlined there, he did throw 3 touchdown passes against A&M. The process of having gone through that, right, I think that has to help him. You can use that as a real benefit when you start trying to go into scrimmages like last Saturday. He has that benefit, that background that Ty Simpson doesn't have to this point. So, it's very possible that it can be a good experience for him, big picture wise. So we'll see. But No, I think you're right. I think in some ways, at least where the fan base is concerned, it doesn't work to Jalen's side of things to have been exposed already in some ways with that start against Texas A&M and the performance against Arkansas. I think that helps Ty from the fan perspective because, well, we haven't seen as much of that guy. Now let's see a lot. And it's going to be interesting to see how Saban even plays this in the spring game coming up. We talked about 2011, that 8A game, Saban had A.J. McCarron and Phillip Sims as the two quarterbacks for the Crimson and the White teams. So, there'll be some intrigue with that too. I know a lot of eyes will be on that situation in a couple Saturdays.
It's been almost 2 decades now of hearing stories of new coaches or coordinators coming in and Nick Saban basically handing them, here's the defensive or offensive way we do things here. But you can add pages. You can have your own nuances when you're calling plays. With your reporting and being around the program, what are you hearing about Tommy Rees as far as maybe a wrinkle here, a twist there, a philosophy that may be different than what Alabama fans have seen in recent years?
Yeah, I think, some people have the thought that Alabama's going into this Les Miles like phone booth era of offensive football or going back to 2008 with Glenn Coffey. And I don't think there's any doubt because we've heard Nick mention it himself that they want to take on more of that physical presence that we've seen from them in the past. But, they continue to recruit playmakers on the outside too. I mean, if you're just going to go 3 tight end sets, you don't go to the junior college ranks to get a guy like Malik Benson to try to help you in your receiving core. So I still think there's going to be 3 wide receiver sets, 12 personnel. But as much as anything, I would say play sequencing is what I'm most interested to see from Tommy Rees. How does one play set up what they do next? Because it didn't have that feel really with Bryce. It was pretty much put it in Bryce's hands and let's see where we go from there. And when they didn't have a lot to turn to, that's when they had their struggles. I think they want to know that at the end of the day, if they hand the ball to one of those talented backs that they do have, they can be in positive situations on second down and kind of help protect the quarterback in that regard and not lean as much on the passing game as they have the last couple of seasons.
See, I said that a lot over the last couple of years. It felt like Sarkisian, one play built on the previous play. It was like, I hate to say this because Bill O'Brien's been a good offensive coach. It felt like Sarkisian had a plan. And I know O'Brien did, Travis, but it just never felt like the third down built on what he had done on first and second down.
Yeah, and even week to week, with the way defenses were playing Alabama as the season progressed. And once it became clear that Jahmyr Gibbs was dynamite, more so on perimeter runs and the pursuit that defenses took to him, there really wasn't a counter to that. And so I agree. I think that's what it'll go back to more so than being run heavy or how it goes about running the football. I think how it sequences things with the run game, play action, some different wrinkles here or there. Quarterback runs, I think, are going to be in play, especially with these two guys. When you look at Rees and what he did at Notre Dame, you can look at the Gator Bowl game, Notre Dame and South Carolina. Buckner had some big runs, off design runs. I don't think it's going to be 15 or 20 carries a game, but I think there'll be a mix of that in the run game too.
I was asked this question by Jeff Spiegel on The Zone last night on 3340. The most noticeable difference year to year in defense from Pete Golding to Kevin Steele will be what? I'll ask you that question now, Travis. What's the most noticeable difference on Alabama's defense?
Well, it better be penalties because that was a real problem last year. And the biggest problem with it was that was a veteran group. This is the inexperienced group you're about to put out there for the most part. So I think it starts with penalties. That was pretty stunning to see the issues they had with that, and just fundamental football, setting edges against perimeter runs consistently, tackling on a consistent basis, and certainly forcing more turnovers because that was about as anemic of a group a year ago as we've seen under Nick Saban, if not the most anemic, which again, given the experience level and what we're going to see in the upcoming NFL draft, that was as big a surprise as anything else too.
Away from football to basketball, because I think the entire Alabama nation is still a little hungover from basketball season. With all the departures, including Petway on Friday going to Kennesaw State, level on your message boards and comments that you're getting on your shows and your social media. Where's the Alabama fans in the transition roster and coaching staff and the confidence they have in Nate Oates right now?
I think it's extremely high still. Obviously, it was a disappointing end. I think it did help some that at least San Diego State made good on that win, kind of like UCLA, right? Just about the same path for San Diego State after the Sweet 16 win as you had for the Bruins a couple of years ago to the final. So, or to the Final Four for sure. So, yeah, I think there's plenty of confidence. I think the fans view it as, look, this guy knows what he's doing. If he's losing his entire on-the-floor staff to head coaching jobs and he's losing guys to the first round of the NBA draft, he's got 3 guys going through the process right now that have the potential to return to school. That's attractive. If you got enough pros, that's attractive to future pros. And really, that's what it comes back to from a recruiting perspective, whether it's the high school or junior college ranks or so much more so now the transfer portal.
All right, he is Travis Reier. Do this. Go follow him on Twitter, @Travis Reier. If you're looking for a place to subscribe, Bama Online does a great job, part of 24/7 Sports. Travis there at BamaOnline.com with some podcasts as well, the Talking Tide and the Second Helping podcast. So go support everything Travis does and follow him on Twitter @Travis Reier. We always appreciate the time, Travis. Good catching up with you again.
Great catching up with you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care, man. Thank you.
Take care.
Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, you'll hear from Nick Saban. Rockstar, if we can get cut number 9. We'll talk about Tommy Reese in just a second. But first, Brownie is going to tell us about LT's hair that Dr. B has looking right. I mean, out there looking at him, 14 pounds down even makes that hair look even bigger now.
That's one way to get more hair is to lose weight. It's interesting.
14 less pounds of LT, but 14% more hair.
That's right, Jim.
14's the key number here as you pull up this copy.
Dr. Beckenstein and Lance got together several months ago, and it all started in the office there where they do the genetic testing. And what that does is that allows them to look at it and say, we think this is the best course of treatment. But then after the results of that, you get together in a virtual meeting and you're presented options. Dr. B would never say, oh, this is the option you're going to do. He's like, look, in my opinion, this is the best option, but here's some other ones. And what Lance chose was the non-invasive laser treatment, and it's designed to increase the thickness and health of LT's hair. And as Jim said, he's been getting great results. That's because Dr. Beckenstein knows what he's doing, guys. And ladies, because he takes care of men and women. He's done it for more than 20 years. For a range of cosmetic or reconstructive procedures, certainly not just the hair on top of the head, but everything. Dr. Beckenstein, it's advanced training. Patients understand the procedures. He makes sure of that, and then they get great results. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
All right, here's Nick Saban on his young but talented new offensive coordinator after the first major scrimmage with Tommy Reese in charge of the offense.
As you're working the new offense and with Tommy, or kind of what he's able to bring to the table, how do you evaluate, what he can do today in a scrimmage or how he's running that?
Offense was great today. Tommy does a great job with the players. Players like him. He's taken our system and, pretty much using our system that we used, added some things to it. I think, the offensive line is doing a good job. We got fewer multiples in terms of how we can run the ball. Does a really good job with formations and how to use formations to create advantages for, us on offense. So I'm really pleased with what we've been able to do on that side of the ball and how we've developed.
Yeah, by the way, very impressive there. He's running at 70 years of age, running his hair, hand through his hair like he's a patient of Dr. B's.
Deep color, too.
No problem with that at all.
Yeah. A couple things jump out at me from that. Number one, Nick Saban is normally fairly guarded in the words he uses as adjectives. So to say great kind of jumped out at me. I mean, when you hear Nick Saban say the offense was great today, he's a guy that can be hard to get a compliment out of at times. So I don't, when he says that, the other thing is he comes back, circles back, and makes it abundantly clear he's running our system. Now, he's added some things, but he said it twice. We've handed him our system, and he's added some things. But for him to say the offense was great in a very early scrimmage under Tommy Rees, I think has to be exciting to Alabama fans.
Yeah, and again, and technically, I've seen this tossed around. This is the youngest team that Nick Saban's had since he's been there? Is that what I keep hearing?
I think that's right. Yeah, well, I guess
on the 85 scholarships, I guess is what they're judging by. I want to see that. I want to see that on paper, but I guess
it's certainly very young.
Where would I challenge that? Would it be 2008?
Oh gosh,
yeah, 2009. I don't know where you would go back to, but interesting. As Alabama's first major scrimmage is over, we've already talked to Nubyjas Wilborn about the Auburn A-Day and talked a lot about that in the first segment. Heard a little bit from Hugh Freeze as well. We'll get back to Auburn and a lot more later on. We'll try to see if Lance will slide in with 4 downs when we come back. But one thing Lance is working on at his house and other homes around town is trying to get everybody in on Harbin's Outdoors. It's an award-winning landscape company here in town, Harbin's Outdoors. There's the name, the contact information, some of the things they can do. They specialize in installing custom fiberglass pools. It's about to be pool season. They handle landscaping and hardscaping as well. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. If you ever put in a pool with our friends or for anyone, sometimes you'll have someone who digs the hole, someone who puts the pool in, someone who does the landscaping. They do it all. Harbin's does it all from the install to the final hardscaping around the pool and everything in between. And it's absolutely beautiful work, as you can tell right there. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. To see it for yourself, all the pictures. Or you can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are at the center of all they do. Call them today for all your landscaping needs, 205-300-0718. We'll see if we can roll LT in next for 4 downs. If not, we'll jump into some other conversations and continue your best and worst of the weekend right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
No spoiler alerts, but every commercial break we continue to talk about one of our favorite shows, Succession. And last night, if you're just starting the series...
the way Dunaway pronounces it, it's not about the Civil War.
Yeah, Secession.
Secession.
Succession. Succession.
Secession.
It's got a C in it.
Secession is like what the South did.
So it's succession?
Well, I mean, you don't have to say it that way.
I'll watch that.
Succession. It's like...
Anyway, that HBO show about a dysfunctional family. Last night, arguably the best episode ever in the history of the series, or at least the top 3.
Oh, definitely in the history of the series. I'm making an argument it might be the singular best episode of a television show I've ever watched. Like, just a singular episode.
It was well done. It was really good.
The acting is absolutely incredible.
LT is here only to prove to you guys proof of life. He is going to do 4 downs, and he had a major surgery last week, a tonsillectomy. I won't say at his age because he's not that old, but as an adult, it's a major surgery. And first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's just getting worse. It's really weird. Like, I guess I didn't do enough prep on it, enough research. But the further you get out, the worse it gets, which makes no sense. But
okay, well, let's don't talk too much because it's
battling.
Like, let's go to 4 downs. Let's
no, I got a dry race board.
No, I just heard a horror story yesterday from somebody that talked too much.
Yeah, I was telling somebody about that.
Well, I just don't want you to. I mean, every time you talk, I just picture the pain in your throat. It's like nails across a fingerboard to me hearing you talk. So
let's get him on the show then.
No, I got a dry erase board for him to do it.
Oh.
He's going to write his answers to 4 downs.
I mean, it was going to be Zoom, and he came up here, so we were glad to see him so we can get eyeballs on him, and, very excited. He did the 4 downs, so I want him to be a part of it right here. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio first. And,
Lance, tell them about Simpio.
No, stop it.
It was the first thing we did when we started our company because there are basically 4 headaches when you have your own company. We've learned this. Compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. You don't want to deal with it yourself. Let Simpio handle all of it. I always say this about our insurance. My wife informed me when we got our insurance here with Simpio that we've got the best insurance we've ever had as grown adults. I mean, think about that. From the time we got married to now, best insurance we've ever had. That's what you get with the service of Simpio, one of the fastest growing businesses in America. They take care of those things you don't want to deal with as a new business. If you're a young business, if you're an old business, if you're just starting your business, Simpio.com, that is Simpeo, Simpio.com, or 205-635-7467. Let them handle that headache for you. Simpio.com.
Jeff on Twitter at Next Round Live is onto this. He says, I'm not buying this, much like the NFL. I think this is fake DeMar Hamlin, fake LT that you guys have propped up in studio here.
I thought we were back on Secession. No, it's the real LT. I've talked to him. I've investigated. It's the real LT. Rockstar, do you think this is DeMar Hamlin right here?
Oh, touch him. No, he looks thinner.
That's right.
That's
Lance
true.
looks about 14 pounds heavier. Real Lance
That's crazy. That's how much weight
It really is.
It's nuts.
Well, I hadn't had a sip of alcohol, so that probably
that helps.
That takes away a couple of thousand calories a day.
No edibles, so I'm not really hungry.
Yes. Wow. All those things. It all adds up.
I mean, my goodness, you're this close to qualifying for the Olympics now. All right, we'll get to 4 downs here. LT is in and ready to go. He's going to scribble out his 4 downs. A good time to remind you with that cool pullover you have on. That's a Rhoback, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Rhoback.com.
TNR 20 at checkout, and you will save 20% on your initial order. Rhoback.com, RHOBACK, Rhoback.com. And use code TNR20.
Michael wants to know where's LT's neck tat. It's missing. If we're going to, I mean, all that stuff, man, it's all perfect in there.
Got to put the hood up, dude.
You guys were making fun of Succession. Did I get it right that time?
Yeah, that was much better.
Yeah. That I'm bad at pronouncing things. The way I was saying it, apparently, you know how they always spoof real names when they do the porn version of it. Apparently, the way I was saying it was perfect. Porn name for the spoof on that show would be.
Well, they've probably done a spinoff, right?
Succession.
I don't know. That was the one from Succession was probably one of the best episodes I've ever seen. Like, dude got after
Just
it.
the way you were saying it made it sound like it was Civil War era, and we were talking about the southern states getting together. Are we gonna secede or not? I says we do it. Let's do it.
I did think it was the same word. I just figured they were, leaving the family, out of the family.
Yeah, that's true.
So I thought it was the same word, to be honest. That's why I was saying it that way.
It's all right.
That's why I was saying it that way. Vulcan Tires brings you 4 downs every day. The great folks at Vulcan Tires. Pell City is the newest location.
Yeah, the ASC certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com. That is VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
These questions from LT. He'll write his answer down, so we'll get his answer first each time. Who wins a major first? Victor Hovland or Xander Schauffele? Victor Hovland or Xander Schauffele? Both those guys have been in contention before. Almost locked in.
Yeah, I think I'll go first every time to give him an opportunity there. I'm going to go Xander Schauffele on this one. Both of them are obviously very talented young players. Schauffele seems like he's in the mix at almost every single major. Hovland hasn't quite been to that level yet. I like Hovland's game better than Schauffele's, but I'm going to go with Xander Schauffele just because how close he's already been.
Well, that's why I will take Hovland. I think maybe his ceiling is higher. What about you, Lance?
Oslo for life, go Pokes. That is going to be the Norwegian there. And Victor Hovland, who also played at Oklahoma State. By the way, hold that back up. I think the tonsils were affecting your penmanship. Rockstar, don't you think he's writing a little bit neater?
It's called legible,
yeah.
You are not the real Lance.
That's right. Yeah. This has to be DeMar Hamlin.
I do like Hovland.
I like Hovland a lot.
I thought he was going to make a run yesterday. A couple of double bogeys killed him. But
yeah, I like Hovland a lot. Like I said, I like his game better. I'm just saying Schauffele's got a little bit of a head start in the majors on him. A lot of times, Dunaway, you got to contend and be there and feel what it's like before you ever win that first one. That was one of Hovland's early shots at doing it this weekend.
All right.
Second down.
Who wins a major first? Tony Finau or Tommy Fleetwood? I'll go first on this one. I'll go Finau. I think Fleetwood slightly missed his window. What about you?
Well, Fleetwood's that guy that has made some Sunday runs. He feels like he's always got like a 62 in him at a major, but he never can put the 4 rounds together. Finau just hasn't won consistently on the PGA Tour. As good as he is and as talented as his game is, he just hasn't consistently won out there. That said, he's in the mix a lot. I'm going to go Tony Finau on this one.
Tony Finau for you?
Lance goes the copper thief. That's going to be Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah, Fleetwood, I agree with you, Dunaway. He's missed his window a little bit, but Finau, for whatever reason, is a great player. He just doesn't have a killer instinct.
He really doesn't. It took him a long time just to win a full field PGA Tour event. Yeah. And he was in the mix all the time. It seemed like, I think everybody would have guessed he had already won one, but it took him a while just to win that.
Third down.
Who wins another major again? Brooks Koepka or Jordan Spieth? By the way, Spieth, at Augusta plays really, really well.
Oh, he does. And his game is back, and Brooks Koepka is back healthy. That's why this is such a good question. By the way, how entertaining were Spieth and Mickelson playing together?
It was fantastic.
I mean, boy, they just torched Augusta National yesterday.
More on live in the PGA when we're done with 4 downs.
Yeah, I think if Spieth had not botched 18 the way he did and could have gotten it to 9 under, just, that one, it's a whole lot different play with a 1-shot lead and a 2-shot lead. If he could have birdied 18, which is a hard hole to birdie, though Mickelson did it, it's interesting. I think I'm going to go Spieth on this one. Koepka is back fully healthy, though, and obviously you can see what his game is like when he's fully healthy. But Spieth has been getting better and better and better. I'm going to go Jordan Spieth wins the next one.
I'm going to go Koepka here on this one because I think when we get to a U.S. Open, the long ball, the driving, and him being back healthy, I think Koepka can do this. Something is missing about Jordan for 4 straight rounds where he's not as good as when he won early in his career.
I would go stake on this. I'll take Spieth. I don't like Spieth, but it seems like they're opposites. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brown. Spieth seems like he pushes too hard. Koepka seems like he doesn't care enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you could.
But Spieth yesterday, watching him play, I mean, that was masterful outside of 18.
Yeah, 18 is really where the only place that got away from him. And on 15, he had that uphill eagle putt. And I know it's easy for me to say this, but you literally you've got to make everything. For him to leave that short, and he knew that too, for him to leave that short was tough. I mean, that puts you within 2 shots of the lead. Uphill eagle putt on 15. You don't get a whole lot of opportunities like that. Lance put it very well, though. I mean, I think that's the criticism. Is Spieth pushes too hard sometimes, and maybe Koepka doesn't push hard enough.
Did you see his wife this weekend?
Who, Koepka's?
Yeah.
You like some Jenna Sims, do you?
Just go check her out on Instagram this weekend.
When's she going to be the next cover for SI?
Is she really? I didn't know that.
She was allergic to clothes this weekend on IG.
I don't think that's
so much
anything new
so.
for
My
her.
wife says, "Who is this Brooks guy, and why is his wife trending right now? And what's a wag?" And I was like, "Well, it started with British soccer, the term, and it's become very popular over the years. Smoke show, as they're saying over there." And was she friended with Paulina Gretzky, and that's how they met?
Yeah, I think they were all. I don't know if that's how they met, but I think they were all tight there. I'm not suggesting upside down pineapples or anything. I'm just saying I think that they were kind of, they all lived there in Jupiter, and I think they had a lot in common. They both liked the IG a little bit.
Yeah, much like Jupiter, not afraid to show 1 or 12 moons, right?
4th down.
I mean, right, of all his lines, it wasn't his worst one.
Yeah,
but it's just such a setup for
But
it.
he's also dropping science facts.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Do they have 12? Does Jupiter have 12 moons? Did you Google that?
They have a lot. I think maybe more than 12.
I thought we recognized 12, but I may be wrong.
I'm going to Google. Hang on, Jupiter moons number according to 92. According to space.com. Do you trust space.com?
I do, but
92.
But I mean, I think we have 12 major moons. Am I wrong? Or maybe that's what it was in the 70s when I was learning about it. We probably have found we've developed telescopes. Yeah, we got better telescopes now.
Well, for some reason on Wikipedia, everything under 21 is gray. So I'm going to say 21 is the number you're looking for there.
Okay.
Maybe. Heck, I don't know.
Yeah. All right, final one, 4th down. John Madden would have been 87 years old today. Better career, John Madden and Bill Belichick. Which one had the better career?
So I was interested when Lance sent this question in because obviously on the field coaching, and this is no contest, Bill Belichick's probably the best to have ever done it. But John Madden changed football broadcasting. I mean, he really did. John Madden was, he went from coach to the booth and was just so entertaining. Just the way he did it, I think he changed that forever. And I think everybody that's doing it now, the Troy Aikmans of the world and Tony Romo and people like that, owe a debt of gratitude to John Madden. He just changed the way it was done. So this makes that much more difficult of a question.
Yeah, so Madden had 1 Super Bowl. He had 1 AFL championship, so you could say he had 2 championships. To me, the difference is Belichick, I think his legacy is going the wrong direction now without Brady. And Madden also changed sports gaming. I mean, Lunsford can jump in here, but that was the first sports game that I really was addicted to was Madden early on.
Ashley said Madden coached, broadcaster, pop culture generation of busting the gaming wide open with Madden. So,
yeah, I would go Madden.
Let me ask Lunsford. Lunsford's probably going to chuckle at this question. Scoff even. Is there a chance Madden is the best-selling video game of all time?
I don't think so. I don't think it's even close.
Because I think there's more.
Is it like Call of Duty or something like that?
Probably. I mean, you got to think about how long Mario's been around.
Yeah, it's true.
You go back in the day, stuff that's old.
Yeah, I forgot about Mario. Mario, yeah. But I mean, it's in there, and it carried his name, and it just became.
Minecraft is the highest selling game.
Okay,
been
there
around
you
for
go.
12
That
years.
does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so it was a bad question. My bad.
That's okay. I'm gonna go. I'm still gonna say I'm going to go Madden because he was likable too, right? And in votes like this, likability matters.
He and Pat Summerall were just such a good team, too. I mean, that was the voice of the NFC of my childhood. If it was a big NFC game, it was Pat Summerall and John Madden, actually on CBS for most of my childhood.
Is that the best team ever?
Yeah, I mean, I would go best team ever. I mean,
Keith Jackson, I mean, who was his number one?
Frank Broyles when I was a kid. Now, Bob Greasy ended up with him late in his career, but I remember as a kid, Keith Jackson, Frank Broyles.
That would be the heyday for me.
That'd be the heyday. And then you had Mike Gottfried and Mike Patrick and, wait a minute.
Ron Franklin.
Ron Franklin and Mike Gottfried. Yeah, that was a great ESPN team on college. You're not going to like this. Buck Aikman is a pretty good team. They've had a good longevity.
Yeah. That is 4 Downs, brought to you, Brownie, by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, you focus on a lot of things. You're starting to focus on summer vacation and spring and all of that. Don't lose focus on a vehicle. Keep it in top shape. The ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. John Madden also did something, and you know this, Dunaway, from working in the TV biz, how strange this is. You know, it was the analyst for CBS, and then when Fox got the deal, he jumped to Fox with Pat Summerall.
Which means he had a good contract.
Right. But did he not also jump to Monday Night Football for a minute and then did Sunday Night Football on NBC? I thought he did Monday Night Football for a minute with Al Michaels on ESPN, and then when NBC got the Sunday package, he moved there. I think he worked for all 4 networks at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
I do not remember that, but I'm not going to doubt it.
I know he worked for 3. I know he worked for Fox, CBS, and NBC.
Mario is number 1 all-time, 826 million, says Lunsford. FIFA has sold 325 million units. Madden has done 130 million units. My goodness, I bought one every year.
I did too.
Yeah. Finally won a Super Bowl. I've never won a Super Bowl with Madden until the other day.
Were you Tampa?
Yeah, it was Tampa.
Yeah. Who was your quarterback?
Do you really want to know? C.J. Stroud.
Oh, you drafted C.J. Stroud. Did he win it as a rookie?
Because when I started this dynasty mode, I've played. It was my 3rd year when I won the championship. My very first year, I said, I'm going to tank this first year, so I traded off all my good parts. The Mike Evanses, the Chris Godwins.
Kind of like your team's actually doing.
Yeah, but I did it 3 years ago, on the timeline, 2022. Who's my big center? Defensive tackle.
Jensen.
I traded Jensen as way too, my defensive tackle.
Vita Vea.
So I got some first-round draft picks, and I got some, lesser, younger parts.
And it paid off, huh?
Yes. And then so I got both Stroud and Njigba in the draft, and they've been a dynamic duo.
Hey, before I roll out, next time it rains and you guys can't play golf, go see Reier.
Oh, is it that good? You went to the theater?
It's really good. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a masterpiece, but yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's just I didn't know 75% of that story.
Yeah, apparently I was reading
I forgot Adidas dominated shoes, especially the NBA side, the basketball game back.
And apparently what's interesting about this is a lot of Nike people used to say Sonny Vaccaro had kind of
mob ties?
No.
I'm just trying to finish the answer.
I know.
He liked to gamble.
The Sonny Vaccaro had kind of lied about a lot of stuff over the years and maybe had inflated this story a little bit. And apparently, at least the movie interpretation, backs up a lot of what Sonny Vaccaro, the story he's told over the years. So that's something history. I think a lot of the Nike people have tried to distance themselves from Sonny Vaccaro.
Well, Bobby's saying 75% of air is actually made up.
Well, I mean, I think that's what a lot of Nike people would say.
Okay, well, I didn't know.
If it goes on the Sonny Vaccaro account, there are a lot of people that say he overinflated his role in all of this.
Well, I will tell you, he might have, but he was a sad figure.
Yeah.
I mean, he really was.
A lot of great figures are.
Yeah.
Successful people. All right, before you go, I will take the state bet on Koepka over Spieth. I won one.
This is just next major one, right?
Next one to win a major.
Okay.
If nobody wins one, then there's no payoff. But Koepka over Spieth for me. I got another stake this weekend. John Rahm won the Masters, so I'm back to plus 10. I would love for you to sit here since when's the last time you had a real meal? Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday. And what is this? Monday. So you're tired of smoothies and yogurt and all that stuff? Ice cream?
And I just got a text that the cold food's going to get more sensitive. So I don't know what I'm supposed to eat.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do.
With that said, Brandy, why don't you tell us about our friends at New York Butcher Shop? I know last night.
Yeah.
I had gone by Saturday, picked up a nice steak, opened that grill up as the Masters was winding. When Ron went up 4, fired up that grill. Got me a good old ribeye last night from our friends at New York Butcher.
I know. Listen, that is the official Steak Bet Payoff location is New York Butcher Shop.
Brand, this was, what is it when it's not quite medium rare? It's on the other side of
Rare plus?
Yeah, closer to rare than
so you're Rare plus with a ribeye? How big?
I pulled them off a tad earlier for me. It was about this thick.
Yeah.
And it's a little chilly in the middle. In fact, it was delicious.
Yeah, no, it's New York, but I like the warm center. That's my difference.
It may have been warm, not hot.
New York Butcher Shop, 2 great locations off of 119 in the Greystone area, also in Cabo Heights, not too far from where we sit right here. Everything from the Great Duroc pork chops, which are fantastic, all the steaks up to the Wagyu. They've got that as well, the A5 Wagyu. Rare quality, well-done service. Our friends, Jim, and the great staff there at New York Butcher Shop.
You ever had their potatoes?
I have, yes.
Yeah. You like those, LT?
I can actually eat potatoes.
You can?
Yeah.
So you may have to cycle back to the hot food. It's what people are saying now because of the cold stuff. It's going to get bad.
Pho. I'm going to go pho.
Somebody did ask.
Oh, that is good. That is good.
Somebody did ask. There is a, believe it or not, there's a barbecue restaurant that does pho, and you can imagine what they're. I don't know if it's here local. I've seen the sign though.
Pho.
Yes, that's it, Jim. Yes. Somebody asked in the chat room, what is the...
LT and Barkley have said that word on the air, and I actually said...
I don't think Lance has. No.
LT never dropped it.
I caught myself last week. I almost did.
I said the F word?
Yes, you did. In one of our videos. Yeah, you had to immediately apologize.
When we were at Floribama.
No, maybe so. It was it was in one of our Saturday night deals. Anyway, I'm not here to...
Anyway,
I'm not here to discuss that. Bother Rockstar with it. Somebody asked, what's going to be your first meal? Like when you get the all green, what's going to be that first meal?
I hadn't really thought about it.
Okay, you want to give us some thought? You can let us know.
Probably Mexican.
Really?
Yeah, that's my favorite. Yeah. If I was on death row, I'd probably go Mexican.
Yeah.
Boy.
Chips and salsa to start with.
Yeah. Hey, can you imagine, Rockstar, the cleanup that staff has to have after LT goes every Mexican?
God. Yeah. Especially if it's a hanging.
Right before.
Oh, my.
Somebody's job to clean up.
Yeah, it is.
Always. All right, quick break here. When we come back, we'll get LT out of here, and we will. I'll ask Brownie about Live and PGA and what this weekend said something, if it said anything to the golfing world. We're back in a second right here on TNR. Enjoy your day. Everyone's cheering for you, man. See you.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, Dry Tech is ready to help. Call Dry Tech first, not the insurance company. Dry Tech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the Dry Tech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, Dry Tech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call Dry Tech immediately. 205-637-0143. Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Back with you on the next round. After we talk about Slice a little bit, we'll jump into Live versus PGA and then back to more college football. Chris Doering still set to join the show. If you missed anything on the Auburn's A-Day, Nubyjas Wilborn is podcasted. Also Justin Hokanson, both on Auburn Spring and what the future holds. Travis Reier with us earlier this hour, both podcasted and videocasted wherever you get us audio and video here on the next round. Our friends at Slice at their great locations, Crestline, Vestavia, Lakeshore, and Montevallo, they can give you a great lunch. I love the slice and a salad there.
It is fantastic, Dunaway. Your daughter worked there for a while. It's just great people.
Hot Mama.
Not your daughter, the pizza, the Hot Mama.
Yeah,
yes.
Pizza, the Hot Mama.
Yes, just wanted to
Spicy
separate those.
Hawaiian.
Right. I love the soul pie, no onions, the Bajalia family. They know their pizza, and this is their brainchild, and they've done a terrific job with it. SliceBirmingham.com for all the information. SliceBirmingham.com.
All right. The Live had 3 of the top 5. And, Brooks Koepka, Phil Mickelson, and Patrick Reed had their moments. Mickelson and Reed, they had a great history at that course, and they have course knowledge. What's your takeaway of Live versus PGA this weekend? Those guys seem to be inspired by playing on the big stage, Brownie, as opposed to playing where nobody really is paying attention over on the Live Tour.
Yeah, I had a couple of takeaways. So first of all, it was 3-3 in the top 5 in ties. Live, there were 6 guys that were top 5 in ties. 3 Live golfers, 3 PGA Tour golfers. Top 10 in ties, still the same 3 Live golfers, 10 PGA Tour golfers. In the top 25, it was 20-4 PGA Tour. So the wider the sample size got, the more it favored the PGA Tour, obviously. But your average PGA Tour finish was 24.5. Your average Live finish was 29. So fairly close. And I think 12 of 18 made the cut from the Live, if I'm not mistaken. If that was the number, you'd have one WD out of that group.
But to be honest, with so few, I would say it is almost like the Big East and all the non-power conferences in college basketball is the Live guys.
Yeah.
And then, the power conferences are the PGA guys. Just that they had 3 so high on the leaderboard, I thought was a win for them.
No, I agree, and they're going to take a victory lap on this. I don't know how it's going to impact them. I mean, that's nice to do, but do more people find your product now on the CW than did before? I mean, that's their big thing is nobody's watching it on the CW. A couple things I found interesting. You sat here, it was either Thursday or Friday, and said, does Phil Mickelson have a chance? And I completely discounted Phil Mickelson.
Yeah.
Wasn't alone in that, by the way. And Phil in the pre-tournament said, I'm about to go on a tear, and I think a lot of people laughed at him. And, in fact, he did go on a tear yesterday, 65 at his age.
I played it on my DraftKings. And
you had him yesterday?
Oh, I had him for the whole tournament.
For the whole tournament. Wow, good play out of you. Did it get you anything?
Yeah, I won the next round league and finished 11th out of 2,000 or whatever.
You probably got him at a cheap price, didn't you?
Mickelson, Koepka, and Rahm. I had all three of those.
Are you kidding me?
The only thing that kept me from being rich was I picked freaking Rory McIlroy.
Well, he missed the cut, Jim. He slammed the old trunk.
Yeah. How much money did I race on Rory McIlroy?
Did you? But you did not have that lineup in a. You didn't have that lineup in a millionaire pool, did you?
No. I wish I had.
Well, of course you do. Well, I was going to tell you what won the millionaire pool. If you'll give me a second, I have to pull it back up.
Because the scoring would be the same, right?
Oh, yeah, it's the same scoring. All right, so the guy that won the millionaire pool, or girl, whoever it was, won $1.022 million.
This is going to break my heart.
Had Rahm, Cameron Young, who finished tied for 7.
I didn't have him.
Hovland, who finished tied for 7.
Nope.
Koepka, Reed, and Chris Kirk. Now, you would have had better with Mickelson. You said you had Koepka, right?
Yeah.
And Rahm.
So what was the total?
The total points for the winner was 542. What'd you have?
449.50. Go how far down? What would I want at 449.50?
What'd you say? 449?
Yeah.
Not as much as you think.
Okay.
That shows you how hard these millionaire pools
are.
are.
It's so hard.
It is. 449 was going to get you somewhere in the $40 range.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, you had Mickelson, Koepka, and Rob. $40. I had to pay $25 to get in the thing, or whatever it was.
Crap! I won 51 in our double down media one. I won more than that, than less than $1 million.
Yeah. So I mean, there's going to be a victory lap taken by the Liv. I don't know what that's going to do for them again. What I did find interesting is it seemed the crowd turned in favor of Rahm. Did you think that?
Yeah.
Over Koepka, which I don't think
when he took the lead for the first time, that's when they exploded, and I think Nance mentioned it on the broadcast. Like
it was a par putt. Yeah, you don't normally get that reaction with a par putt. Yeah, and they turned in favor of Rahm. So I think Koepka was the villain. I don't know how much of that is Liv or not, but they were behind Mickelson, don't you think? Now look, Augusta's a place that they treat their former champions. They get a lot of respect over there. If you've won the Masters, the fans will pull for you. Even Patrick Reed, who's unlikable by everyone. I think a lot of people wanted this to be a big rivalry this weekend, and I'm just not sure it was there.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it was that big of a storyline.
If one had won, though, I wanted to see what the reaction would have been.
One of the worst of the weekend was Mickelson's gear, wearing that goofy logo.
But he doesn't have any sponsors anymore, right? So
well, yeah, he lost a lot of it. Now he took $250,000, $250 million to do this. I think
right.
So. I think he's okay.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be able to keep the lights on.
He's not hurting.
Yeah.
All right. As we get to the top of the hour here, our friends, of course, right there at Odie's, want to remind you that trivia is coming up on Wednesday night, and Brownie and Rockstar will be back out there Wednesday night for a good trivia night.
Yeah. Wouldn't you say, based on that last segment, I'm doing trivia Wednesday night? I haven't been officially told.
It seems like you're on a rotation. You might as well be. You're doing every other week at least.
So you don't like that? Is that you complaining?
Yes, that's what I'm doing. I am complaining. I wish you just wouldn't show up.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if I'm there. Crestline Village in Mountain Brook is where you find Odie's trivia. Rockstar sings some songs. We ask some tough questions. We have some fun. It's award-winning. Go by there for lunch today, too. Get that Diablo, Rodney's Cheeseburger, all the great food there at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right. When we come back, we'll jump back in to Auburn's A-Day, talk a little college football. If you were looking for a 4-star this weekend, a couple of big SEC teams and one Big Ten team pulled in some 4-stars. And we'll also I got some mosquito facts I'll give you later on.
I beg your pardon?
Mosquito facts.
Mosquito facts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like how far away? Just try to come up with a guess. How far away do you think a mosquito can sense you are around to come bite you? I mean, you know how small a mosquito is, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I got some facts later on coming up.
It's the most random segment we've ever done, I think.
It's a good Monday.
Yes.
We're the show about everything.
Seriously.
It's sometimes about nothing.
Or sometimes about nothing. It's TNR. Stay with us.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brett McMurphy is on the is always on the birthday run, right? He always tweets college football coaches' birthdays.
Who we got today?
Happy birthday to Oregon head coach Dan Lanning. You got a guess?
Dan Lanning is 43.
43? You think Dan Lanning is that old?
No, I don't know, Jim. You asked me for a guess. Don't take a shot at my guess if I get it wrong. Rockstar, how far away can a mosquito sit?
Yeah, I'm not going to jump on that segment yet. That's a tease.
Okay,
I don't wanna know the answer.
how old do you think
I'll
Dan
do
Lanning
it here
is?
to start this segment in just a
No,
second.
you don't have to do it now. Don't let me pressure you into doing it.
No, I mean, I'm doing it for a reason.
Yeah, okay.
43. You want to guess again?
Okay, I mean, clearly a bad
42.
guess. 38. Dan Lanning's 38.
Way to go, Bobby and Daniel over in the chat room. Dan Lanning is now 37. Lanning is the still the Pac-12's youngest coach and the fourth youngest overall in the FBS. Dan Lanning, one day back in the SEC or not?
I mean, I think you know my prediction, Jim. I can't back off on it now. This year, probably, the way this year played out, maybe makes people doubt this. I've predicted he will be Nick Saban's replacement in Tuscaloosa. That has been my prediction. I'm going to stand by that. I'll say yes, Dan Lanning coaches again in the Southeastern Conference. A lot of people think, and I don't know, I think some people base this on something Kirby supposedly said last year, and he at SEC Media Days and on our show at Media Days when he was on the show with us, he backed it up, Terry. He put it in reverse, Terry, on the old, I can't do this much longer, was basically the quote, a few more years and I'm going to retire. And he said it was taken out of context. But you talk to a lot of people in college football, there's this belief that Kirby Smart is not a lifer in this deal. He's not going to be 71 like Nick Saban and still coaching Georgia, that he's going to make a lot of money. He's already won 2 national championships. He's going to win big. And at some point, he's going to just get out of the grind and enjoy life for a little bit. That he's not a guy that's going to do this, 40 years and be 71 years old standing behind a Georgia podium saying, how pleased he is with his team in spring ball, and he's got to get back to recruiting.
I would tell you that coaches always say that. Steve Spurrier always said that when he was younger. And he said it as a shot really at the Bobby Bowden. It was, I'm not going to be an old coach. You'll never see me as an old coach.
But you'll have to admit.
And you ended up doing it. He stayed a long time.
He did. I mean, even coaching South Carolina. I mean, he went to the NFL, didn't work, came out and coached South Carolina. But the money has never been this good, and the schedule has never been this demanding. And that's what changes all of this.
It is not.
It is a demanding schedule. I was talking to somebody about this, somebody that's been in college in the NFL recently, and they said, by the way, the NCAA, we didn't talk a whole lot about it because it's kind of boring, but the NCAA is about to vote on changing some of the scheduling that will help this. But this person I was talking to is like, anymore, these guys just cannot deal with it in college. It is the most 365 days it's ever been. And it's why you're seeing more and more guys go to the NFL. And I think it'll run off college head coaches that have made good money. So that said, I think Dan Lanning will coach in the SEC again.
A couple of mosquito facts for you after I tell you about our great friends at Wayne's. Wayne's, who can help you with that mosquito service, Brown, tie-in.
I see that now, Jim.
Right now, $50 off all the services offered by Wayne's, even if you're an existing customer. So new customer or existing customer, you can save $50 off. Stack those up. Save $100, save $150, save $200 with all the services from our friends at Wayne's. Just go to the website, callwaynes.com, and put in the promo code TNR for the next round. Or you can call them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Save $50 off that mosquito service, which I will tell you in a second could be life-saving. Also, $50 off lawn care service, $50 off pests, $50 off termites. Stack those together. Wayne's celebrating 50 years as being a great Southern company. TNR is the promo code, TNR. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES-1.
Lunsford's running a trivia contest over there in the chat room.
What's he asking here?
He's giving away a USFL or a Stallions prize pack if you can answer who threw the first ever touchdown pass in the new USFL. You got to email him the answer. I actually watched an XFL game or the end of an XFL game Saturday.
So you have to email him at jl@nextroundlive.com.
That is correct. First correct answer wins, he says.
Well, the very first game ever was a Stallions game.
It was. But you were there.
But it feels to me like the Stallions didn't score until late. So it was going to be the quarterback of the other team.
That's right.
Now, I can't remember who the hell they were playing.
Well, you're going to need to know that.
Or which quarterback it was.
I think they were playing New Jersey.
Yep.
I don't know
or even now that I think about it, even if it was a quarterback that threw the pass.
Yeah, it could have been a wide receiver pass. You never know. I watched the end of Las Vegas and St. Louis in the XFL. It's the first XFL action I have watched. Went to overtime.
I can't say that I haven't watched a down, but I have not watched a drive of that. I've turned it on a couple of times to try to get into it.
Yeah. The only reason I watched is I had the Masters geared up and ready to go, and the Masters hit the weather delay on Saturday.
Right.
And I was like, well, crap. I've planned my whole afternoon around watching the Masters, and now here I'm stuck without anything. And I had it on one of my side TVs, and St. Louis had just gotten the ball back with a chance to force overtime. So I'm like, I'll give it a chance. I did not know their overtime procedure.
I don't either. It's still to this second I don't.
They do, and I'm curious what the people think of this, because do you guys like – I don't think we as a show like the new college football overtime, that you play normal overtime, then you go to the 2-point conversions. They do a soccer style of that, a 3 2-point conversion shootout. That's their overtime system. You don't do anything else. As soon as it goes to overtime, you run a play from, I can't even remember what yard line it's from, the 5 or 10 or whatever. And you do a series of 3, and it's a best of 3. And if you're tied after those 3, you just go back and forth.
Keep going until somebody misses.
Until somebody misses.
Yeah, like in soccer.
Do you like that better?
I don't like that. I don't even like the way we do it in college.
We're in constant search of a good college or pro football play overtime. Yeah. And that's the first time, I think it was the first XFL overtime of this new XFL. Nobody had done it yet. So I stopped and watched. I'm like, I don't know that I like this one any better either. It does feel gimmicky.
Yeah, I would say we just keep playing. To hell with the health concerns. Just keep playing until somebody scores a touchdown. You can't kick.
So you just keep the game going. You kick it off again. Take coin toss, kick it off again.
No punts even. Just got to go.
You go for every 4th down.
You got to go for every 4th down. Just go.
Wow.
Just go. Try that one time, some league somewhere.
Just go.
Just go.
We call it the just go plan.
All right. Before we jump into college football, let me get the mosquito stuff out of the way.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the mosquito talk.
Yeah. How many meters away, Rox, or yards away, can a mosquito smell your carbon dioxide? That's how the mosquitoes find you, by the way.
300 meters.
My carbon dioxide?
Yeah, you breathing out lets them know that there's a meal close by.
I'm going to say 14 feet.
100 meters, Roxar was closest. Wow. 100 meters is
that's pretty impressive.
Yep. Male or female bite you?
Female.
Oh, is this mosquitoes?
Mosquitoes.
Oh,
yes.
I'm gonna go as female.
It is females that bite you. They need protein for their eggs, so that's why they bite humans.
So the male mosquito never bites me.
Does not bite you.
They're big members of the succession.
Technically, it's not a bite, right? They just stick their thing in you.
Yes.
Context.
Yeah.
Well, it's a female, first of all, right there. It doesn't require context.
There is a specific blood type, and I happen to be this blood type, that is more likely to be bitten by mosquitoes because of the blood you carry.
I don't know my blood type.
ABO negative positive.
Do you know your blood type?
No, no.
I'm not certain of my blood type.
I'm a universal donor, and it is O, all the O's. O's positive and negative, more likely to be bitten by mosquitoes.
So the mosquito not only can smell your carbon dioxide, but by that smell, she can also tell what kind of blood you got?
Maybe. I just know that, according to what I read, that's the most likely blood they smell and prefer.
Interesting.
But they'll bite ABs and everybody.
Well, they'll bite everybody, but I mean, like sometimes you can go, sometimes you get fast food, but sometimes you want to go sit down and have a good steak. So you're telling me the good steak is your blood type.
And this from Katie Couric's blog that I get every morning.
Thank you. I'm finally my text.
I mean, you get to her early. I see why now. You get Katie Couric's blog?
Yeah. She says Shark Week has nothing on mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly, still to this day, the average human death around the globe, now this is not obviously in the U.S., 1 million deaths a year due to mosquito bites.
Well, it's heavy in Africa, I think. It's a huge problem in Africa.
Yeah. Transmitted diseases from mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So where's the tie-in?
The Wayne's Pest Control in your backyard mosquito services.
But
we got separated by a lot of football talk in the middle there.
USFL there. That was on me. Where did you get did Wayne send these to you?
No, that was from Katie Couric's blog.
Oh, from Katie Couric. All those were from Katie Couric's blog. She had a crap to write about. What's she doing writing about mosquitoes?
It's one of those that it's like a newsletter.
Are they as bad? Like, I know they're bad in Africa, but I mean, they're not bad up north, are they? Like, it's kind of a southern thing, right, with the mosquitoes?
I think so. I mean, I didn't prepare for this test today.
I did not read that part, Brown.
Did Katie not cover that?
It did talk about where mosquitoes are and where they bed.
Yeah. So you
standing
need
water, tires, that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't read that.
Yeah, it's bad news.
Yeah. So
I get them come spray my backyard, man. We don't ever get them.
Right. Champy's Chicken bringing you this part of the show there. If you're tired of getting sucked all the money out of your wallet there.
Even it caught him to stir up.
Slow down.
You couldn't think of that second word.
I know. It was out there
by surprise.
Blood sucking. All the blood sucking out of your bank account right now.
Go ahead, Jim.
Sterling's going to want his money back after the breast conversation last week. Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Yeah, why didn't you do breast facts?
Why are we talking about chicken breast?
Our friend Sterling can hook you up. Champy's Chicken, great place for lunch Our dinner right there. Southern fried chicken, all the wonderful sides, the po' boys, the unbelievable hand-cut chicken fingers, and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's at Champy's Chicken. It's a destination place for lunch. I am a little lightheaded all of a sudden.
Are you really? You've been drinking?
Champy'sChicken.com. Go check out Sterling and his crew there. They will not drain the money from your wallet. They'll take care of you there. Champy'sChicken.com. All right, let's get back down to Auburn. Rockstar, if you will give me cuts 1 and 2, let's go cut 1 first. Hugh Freeze. Tell me if there's a overall theme here, Brown, for you.
All right.
Are they talking about a common thread here? See if you can pull out maybe one central figure whose name isn't mentioned.
Okay.
That these two are talking about. Hugh Freeze on Robbie Ashford after spring drills down at Auburn.
I really think from this point now until the end of fall camp, there's so much that needs to happen for somebody to solidify being the guy. And I think all have improved. I think all are still inconsistent with some things. I think Robbie got better, and he's really been fun to coach. And I think he's trying to change some of the things that may have caused at least me concern about him being the quarterback leader, whether it be body language or ball security or your demeanor in general, the way you talk to your teammates. And I don't know that anybody's ever really challenged him like I did this spring with that. And I thought all three of them responded to our challenges and just were like, Coach, just please coach me.
Okay. Okay. Don't buzz in yet. Let's do one more.
I think I know the answer.
With some pretty obvious shots right there. Yeah. But let's go to the source. The guy who has played for now 2 different coaches at Auburn. Here's Robbie Ashford after the very wet A-Day game down on the Plains.
I feel more comfortable in the pocket. I just feel more relaxed. Last year I was kind of uptight, playing off raw ability. Don't want to say it in a bad way. Didn't feel like I was getting coached as good as I could have been. Definitely with seeing how our new coaches now have just engraved it in us. It's just work, and they're just constantly teaching. As a quarterback, you want that. You always have questions as a quarterback, and when you can come to your coach and they have an answer for everything, and then even in more depth, that just helps you, and that gives me the confidence to go out there and just be like, hey, just go out there and relax, kid, have fun, and just be you.
It seems like both Hugh Freeze and Robbie Ashford were taking a shot at the Brian Harsin coaching staff. They didn't out say that. I had to read between the lines a little bit. Kind of felt that way, that maybe they were being slightly critical of the Brian Harsin coaching staff.
Yeah.
Did I read that the right way, Jim?
No, it didn't even seem slightly to me.
Yeah, look, this is not the first time either. There have been some passive-aggressive shots from this coaching staff, the Harsin staff. There have been some out-and-out, without calling the name, shots. There's a reason Brian Harsin got fired. It was not a successful run there at Auburn. Nobody's going to pretend otherwise.
Not all his fault. But
not entirely his fault, but he was the head coach, so you end up taking the blame. And I'm sure Hugh Freeze has gotten here and has been, what the crap was going on? Again, I'll point out, Nubyjas Wilborn did it earlier. I try to say it to be fair as much as I can. Some of this situation Hugh Freeze is in, he's got to look at his good buddy Gus Malzahn. He and Gus are tight. And I know, they play a lot of golf together and they talk a lot and they've come up together. A lot of this falls at Gus's feet, too. Now, the further you get separated from Gus, the less you can blame him for this. But the offensive line situation there, and Harsin didn't make it better, but Gus Malzahn created that situation. He created that situation. The reason you are in the portal looking for offensive linemen right now that can play if you're Hugh Freeze is because Gus did not properly recruit the offensive line position, and Brian Harsin didn't improve it either. So, some of this falls at Gus Malzahn's feet, but they have certainly taken their shots without saying his name, at Brian Harsin.
Okay, one more rockstar.
Doesn't mean it's not true, by the way.
Cut number 5, Hugh Freeze, on where this team has improved and where they need to get better. We talked about portal being open, and Auburn being in the add to the cart mindset. As you go shopping online like you will in the portal,
right?
Hugh Freeze says he's okay adding to the cart at any position, not just at quarterback. So Hugh Freeze, now big picture on where this team was and where it is now going into this next chapter on preparing for the 2023 season. Here's Hugh Freeze.
what did you guys get better at the most during the spring, and what would you like to get better at in preseason before you play a game?
Well, I think, from today, I think you'd say overall, I think we're running the ball fairly well and getting the dirty yards from our backs, our quarterbacks helping in the run game. So I'd have to say, I think we improved that O-line some, and they look pretty decent today. I think after today, what's on my mind is we got to stop the run. You can't win in this league if you can't stop the run, and we didn't stop it very well today on some drives. So I would say that's the two things that are on my mind, both good and bad right now.
Yeah, so, anytime you run the ball well in a spring game or a spring scrimmage, that means somebody's not stopping the run. But it seems like we never worry too much about the Auburn defense. Nobody talks defense. It's all about the offense.
Well,
offense.
That's because you're so focused on quarterback. Nubyjas made the point earlier. It's the good news, bad news you get from a spring game. If you run it as well as Auburn ran it, you then start to worry about your rush defense, don't you? If you can't run it, you're like, well, maybe we got a good rush defense, but boy, our offensive line's got to get better. That's the spring game for you. That's what happens in a spring game when things like that happen and you worry about one side or the other. You have now read the chat room and you know what's bothering one of our chatters.
Yeah, hold on, I'll fix that.
Dunaway got a Coke Zero at the break. You know what he did not do, Rockstar?
He didn't straighten them out.
He didn't straighten them out. Now, our friends at Coca-Cola are going to want us to face those front every time we get one, Dunaway. So if you get that nice and clean there. That's good. Sorry you guys had to deal with that. Somebody was talking about the Coke Zero over my left shoulder. Was it straight? That's all they could look at. Josh. Dunaway has fixed that now. It's on him now. Now, you'll notice there's one Diet Coke drinker up here. All the Diet Cokes are straight. There's one Coke Zero.
Did I pull from that far over to the right?
I really don't know.
That just means who stocked it didn't make row 2.
Not Dunaway's fault, right?
I just pulled it out. It just slid up. So whoever stocked it last didn't make the 2 deep correct.
Wasn't Dunaway's fault. It's whoever stocked this thing.
I'll give you a Hugh Freeze answer. It was, that row 2 wasn't coached up properly. Got to do a better job of recruiting on row 2 there. A couple other college football notes real quick. 4-star quarterback Air Nolan picks Ohio State. Left-handed quarterback, 4-star Air Nolan.
I like that name. How do you spell that first name?
A-I-R.
Just like you would spell air. I'm just saying. I've never seen that as a given name. I'm assuming that's his nickname, like Air Jordan, like Michael Jordan.
I don't know anything about him, Brownie. All I know is he picked Ohio State over Miami, Texas A&M, Clemson, and Alabama. 4-star running back Caden Knightwood. Not even close to right.
Right.
Caden Knightwood.
What's up with Dunaway today?
He picks Vandy over Colorado, Miami, and USC as a 2025 commitment there.
But there's Colorado again, right?
Yep, there's Colorado again in the mix.
Give that group of teams.
4-star running back Caden Knightwood for 2025 picks Vandy over Colorado, Miami, and USC.
I mean,
you feel comfortable about that kid sticking with that commitment?
I really do not, and I want to know the whole story here. But if I'm Miami and USC, I'm like, we lost a kid to Vandy?
Yeah, for now, right?
Yeah. That would be a huge win for Clark Lee if he can keep that guy.
Yeah, and then there's Arkansas. Big weekend for Arkansas. First, they named Travis Williams officially their defensitive coordinator.
What was taking so long with that, I wonder? When you told me that this morning, I was like, did I miss that story? Or?
They hired the coaches. They were making sure they had not announced who was going to be the defensive coordinator, co-defensive coordinator, all the positions yet. So Travis is officially the defensive coordinator. They got 4-star athlete, likely linebacker, Julius Pope. And he picked him over Arkansas. He picks Arkansas over Alabama, Michigan, Louisville, and Oregon.
I mean, that's a good group of teams, too, there.
And they got 4-star quarterback K.J. Jackson to Arkansas over North Carolina.
I mean, again, another good get.
Yeah, pretty good recruiting weekend for a couple of schools, including Arkansas, and another big get for Ohio State. Recruiting, always a topic in college football. You never stop going there. When we come back, we'll talk to Chris Doering about SEC football, and he loves a little golf, too. We'll ask him a golf question or two as well. But Doering from the SEC Network is up on the other side. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Johnson RV. You saw a couple more pictures on their social media of fans getting up there and picking up to-go gear or nice little vehicles to go see America this spring and summer.
Yeah, they've got that Clean Sweep RV sales event. It will go all through April, getting rid of any 22s that might still be hanging around. Both locations have this one available, the Clipper 12.0 TDXL. It's just $15,995 or $159 a month with 10% down. Both locations, you can find that. Also some Coachman Prism, Sunseeker Motorhomes available at deep discounts. Lifetime warranties on all new and used under 2 years of age at all their locations there. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. I-65, exit 334 in Decatur. And always online at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
What if one day the technology gets to exactly what Chad is talking about up there? Like you could get up, Brown, get up and grab a Sprite, and you could throw it at the camera, and it would actually go to Chad.
That would be interesting if we could do that.
That'd be crazy technology, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I
Open a
mean,
pneumatic tube from like the banking.
Yep. And it would go right to Chad. But of course, sometimes it would be like screwed up to where, that accidentally went to Carson. Sorry, Carson, we threw you a Sprite there. Can you send it back? Go ahead and check it. We'll try to get to Chad the other one.
Dunaway, when we were driving somewhere near Louisville, had the idea of a human pneumatic tube.
Yep.
Like
kind of hurt your skin a little bit.
Instead of being in a car, you could just lay in a clear tube, and it would take you from, say, Nashville to Birmingham or something like that. At a very high rate of speed.
Yeah. How fast would you be going?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, or it could
I
be.
just have the ideas. Y'all got to put it together.
It could be like a moving sidewalk, but a moving, interstate where you just sort of sit in a little cart that just.
Does it have a pin in there and a sucker?
You don't have to drive. You can just sleep or read.
So kind of like the old ride at Six Flags where you were in an antique car, but it was just on a track, and you're just riding around on the track.
Yeah, but I would want it to be something more comfortable.
Well, no. I mean, an actual
luggage
car
and everything. You just have what you have on. That's it.
Oh, Futurama says it's an idea they had in 1999.
Yeah,
I promise I've had this my whole life. I promise you that I did not watch Futurama, but that's unbelievable. SSU, don't know what you mean, like a train? Yes,
that's kind of that. An airplane. Yeah, Dunaway's idea was I just lay down like in a clear tube and I go from Nashville to Birmingham.
Yeah, Chris is right. If you got stuck though, then that becomes a problem because you're underground at that point.
And that next person is going to hit you at a high speed.
Yeah. Yeah, and basically you're in a coffin
already.
Other than all those things, it was a great idea by Dunaway.
Yeah.
It does have some drawbacks.
Jetsons may have done it first. Jay Price, that may have been why I saw it as a kid. I've always thought about that.
I don't remember that on the Jetsons. I remember they had the flying car. Oh, I guess they would go the pneumatic tube from the parking deck up to their house. Yeah.
NASCAR coming back to Talladega. Then we'll talk a little baseball and get to Chris Doering in just a second. Tell us about NASCAR returning to Talladega.
877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number to call, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Also, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. The 2023 Geico 500 weekend starts Friday, April 21st, with the big one on the boulevard, biggest party you're going to find anywhere. It then transitions Saturday into a doubleheader of racing and a Cole Swindell concert on the infield. And then it caps off Sunday with a Geico 500, April 23rd. You can see more by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. While you're there, check out that enhanced race experience by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive in NASCAR. You will love it. Secure your spot today. See more by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
First of all, before we get to baseball in the major leagues, Matty Pinta of Auburn shut out Florida Saturday, 7-0. To shut out Florida at their place is a monumental effort. The bats that they've had for years and years down at Florida. Number 19 Auburn beating number 15 Florida in Gainesville for the first time since 2017. Pinta's an unbelievable pitcher for them, and that's a big win. Now 7-5 in the SEC, one game ahead of Florida and one game ahead of Alabama, by the way. A lot of parity in SEC softball this year like you usually see in SEC baseball. Montana Fouts, by the way, friend of the show, got her fourth career no-hitter over SEC South Carolina back on Saturday. Alabama ends up splitting the doubleheader, but another no-hitter for Montana Fouts. Two great pitching efforts this past weekend. But if Forster will pull up the tweet, I've worn this now twice in basically a week's time, but I had to dig it back out.
Did you wash it
first?
Because,
yeah,
okay.
Of course. Even though I got a T-shirt under it, I probably could get a couple of wears out of it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays, are 9-0, three-game lead over the Yankees in the American League East. And the reason I bring up the Rays, other than they being my team and being the last unbeaten team by a long shot, 540 tonight against the Boston Red Sox, is this stat right here. The Rays plus 57 run differential is the highest in a team's first 9 games since 1900. And there's the overall list. Look at those names and the dates. In 1884, I'll say that again. In 1884, the St. Louis Maroons and the New York Gothams plus 78 and plus 63 run differential in the first 9 games. Then you get the Rays in 2023. Then you get the 1882 Providence Grays just behind Tampa Bay. And the 1876 Hartfords of Brooklyn. Not Hartford, but the Hartfords of Brooklyn at plus 51. 1876, Brown, if you know your American history, that's 100 years after the Declaration of Independence.
the first centennial, if you will. Not the bicentennial, but the centennial. They were playing baseball just 100 years after we came up with the document.
I mean, that's pretty crazy to think of that. And it's an incredible start by the Rays. I mean, you're in a group of teams that don't even exist anymore.
That's right. Better than the 39 Yankees who we were chasing in modern history.
Yeah.
Now, that has helped out, before you guys start commenting in the chat room, by the fact that the schedulers gave Tampa Bay the 9 games to start the year against the 3 worst teams in baseball.
I mean, yes, I get that. That is easy to say.
Tigers, Nationals, A's.
Right. That's
and
easy.
by the way, I think it got a little easier as it went. Tigers, Nationals, A's. A's by far the worst roster in baseball, I think.
They are bad, but still, that's 3 major league teams. I mean, you guys. It's not like you guys were playing. Who was it? Was it the Trash Pandas that had the no hitter and they lost 7-5 somehow? I mean, it's not like you're playing little league teams. You guys play major league teams. It's an incredible start. Like the other day I said, "Hey, Braves hottest team in baseball." And the chat room's like, "Brown clearly has not watched Dunaway's Rays. They are the hottest team in baseball." I had not. I haven't watched a ton of Braves either, honestly. All due respect to the Braves, who they cooled off a little bit since I've said that. Your Rays, the hottest team in baseball.
Braves in action tonight against the Reds, 6:20 over at Truist. Tampa Bay gets Boston. 4-game series here. If they're able to sweep Boston, it would tie the best start in Major League Baseball history at 13-0. So we'll see if Tampa Bay can get another sweep out of this. Pitching's been very good. Usually that's the calling card for Tampa Bay, but as you can tell, scoring a lot of runs as well. So pretty good start there. Chris Doering coming up here in just a second. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Serious read now on Champy's Chicken, though I'm all for a new breast meal on the menu at Champy's Chicken in my hometown of Alabaster, Alabama. If Sterling wants to come up with a breast special down there, 2 breasts and whatever side you want for a certain price, you can use the name for free, Sterling. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is a destination location for lunch. I call it a destination location because just great atmosphere and southern fried chicken places is what the South was built on, right? A good southern fried chicken plate. You get that. You get Mississippi Delta recipe tamales there. A little spice, a little kick to them right there. The wonderful sides, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, they have that as well. Great desserts, great bar menu as well. Just a wonderful place. Sometimes music. Rockstars played live there before. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
All right, we've talked a lot about Auburn's spring game earlier in the show. Also, Alabama's scrimmage. Chris Doering was at the Auburn spring game, part of the SEC Network coverage. Probably would have preferred different weather, but he can't control that. No one can. Welcome in, Chris. How are you today?
I'm good, man. Not only would I have preferred different weather, I think Hugh Freeze would have preferred some different weather. He told me before the game the plan was to come out, throw the ball around the yard, see what the quarterbacks and receivers could do, and it became more about the offensive line and running backs than anything.
Yeah, 60 pass yards. I don't think anybody's gonna hold that against Auburn. But did you watch them practice leading up to this and some film? What can you see from Auburn's quarterbacks that fans can say, okay, let's take that and move forward with that right there?
Yeah, not a ton. I watched practice on Friday. It was a little bit of a limited practice, so you didn't get a chance to see a real full game type of situation from those guys. Tried to glean as much information as I could from the coaching staff, and I think for anybody that's followed Auburn spring practice, it's been about inconsistencies, whether we're talking about the quarterback position or the receiver position. Just been a lot of up and down so far to this point. I think it's been to a level of frustration for the coaching staff. Coach Freeze even kind of asked the question whether or not they're going to be able to run what they want to run, given what they feel are some of the limitations at those two positions.
Well, let's start with the position well, wide receiver, because it doesn't get a lot of conversation, as much at least as the quarterback does. And go back to last year's Auburn team, and maybe even the year before that, on just the skill level the Auburn receivers had, as far as the receiver room, compared to the top of the SEC. It seems to be lacking. Is the portal a place you can go find a receiver or two in this next portal window to change that for Auburn?
The portal is a place that they will go to try to find some supplemental solutions here to what they view as maybe being a little bit of an incomplete wide receiver room. I think they'll do the same thing for offensive line. I think they'll do the same thing for an edge rusher, but I think they'll definitely look for a quarterback as well. But receiver seems to be the position of need where they're most interested in trying to upgrade. They did go out and get a guy in Nick Mardner that's 6'6", 210 pounds, gives you the kind of size and length that, typically has fit well into Hugh Freeze-style offenses. But I think he's been another one of those guys that's been a bit inconsistent catching the football throughout camp. You didn't get a chance to see Cam Brown finish spring because he had been an ankle issue, kind of tweaked him a little bit, but had a good start by all accounts. Didn't get the chance to see Malcolm Johnson at all after he broke his collarbone in the first practice of spring. So there are some other pieces that they're still curious about, but I think the theme across the entire roster right now is creating competition, and Hugh Freeze has been very clear that he's going out to try to out-recruit everybody on that roster right now. He's been upfront about it, and I think he has done a nice job of trying to create some sense of urgency amongst the guys on the depth chart.
Which do you think is more true? That a elite quarterback can make an average receiver better, or a elite receiver can make an average quarterback better? And I know both is true, but which is more? Which is more?
Here's the deal. People used to ask me all the time, why didn't you play quarterback? And I always said, you have no control over what happens. You can make a great throw, and then a guy on the other end can drop the ball, whereas a guy that throws the ball anywhere in my area, I think I'm going to go get it and finish the play. So I've always been of the belief that a great receiver can make a quarterback look above average. But I think it comes hand in hand, especially being able to operate the offense. Coach Freeze was a little frustrated, I think, in some of the missed reads as it related to the RPO stuff that they want to run. I thought that Robbie Ashford did a nice job in that kind of environment with the rain coming down, executing some of the zone read stuff, making plays when protection broke down. And I think that's maybe what I would look for in this offense that's going to be somewhat limited in year number one, is to have a guy that can give you some of those explosive plays, can create out of nothing. I just don't think they're going to be able to line up and consistently move the ball within the construct of the offense every single down between what they got to play in the SEC West and having Georgia as their crossover opponent. It's tough sledding in year number one with the limitations of this roster.
The SEC Network's Chris Doering with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At Chris Doering on Twitter is where you follow him there. Bobby wants to say, he says, serious question. Bobby asked this in the chat room for Doering. Is Jarquez Hunter the best Auburn running back since Trey Mason or since Kenny Irons? I wouldn't ask you to go through your history of Auburn running backs. Is it a upgrade from Tank Bigsby when he was playing his best? Just give me your thoughts on Jarquez Hunter.
I think he might be more complete. I think you look at the way he catches the ball out of the backfield, the third leading receiver on this Auburn roster last year, and that's not saying a ton given the limitations of the pass catchers, but I do think that this coaching staff is very excited about him. They spoke glowingly about what he's not only brought to the team in production, but leadership in that very talented running back room, what he's done to help, in the transition from the coaching staff before to where they are now. So I do feel really good about him as being kind of the lead back in this group. But as everybody saw on Saturday, they got 4 or 5 guys that can run, and they can play the position the way that Hugh Freeze wants it to be played. I think that's what you look at the running back position in not only college football these days, but in the NFL as well. It's a 2 or 3 back system these days. Very rarely are you going to see a running back get the 25 carries, 30 carries that you used to see a guy like Bo Jackson getting. So I do think very highly of Jarquez Hunter, and I'm excited to see him step into that RB1 position.
Tell me about Hugh Freeze's mood and energy level, because you get the job, you salvage recruiting, you win in the portal, you build up for this spring, you squeeze in a couple of scratch golf rounds on a golf course here or there, and then you do spring practice, and now you probably got to do the portal again. This is about where I would picture the honeymoon starts to end. You start to get a little tired. You are around him for a few days there. Where's his energy level and his optimism?
He ain't getting tired. I can promise you that. He understands the job that's ahead of him. You talk to some of the coaches, and they praise his relentless recruiting efforts out there on the trail. Always ready to jump on the phone call with a recruit. Always looking to, as I said, upgrade the roster from where it is right now. I don't think this is an overnight fix. I do think you shorten the curve a little bit with the transfer portal and immediate eligibility, but I don't think it's something that even the most optimistic Auburn fan believes is going to put them on the same level as the top talent in the SEC West in year number one. I do think that they could get there pretty quickly, and I think he has a tendency of a history of being able to attract really good talent, and I think his energy sells it. I mean, his vision sells it. The buy-in from guys that were on the roster already, the chemistry that this team of a bunch of different pieces coming from all over has been able to already develop is impressive. In talking with some of the parents that were in attendance in practice on Friday, the difference between the levity of practice now versus how things were at the end of last year. And obviously they were mired in some pretty tough weeks towards the middle of the season, but I really believe optimism. If you can sell hope, if you can sell faith, if you can sell that vision, it's a great way to create some positive momentum, and I think he does a great job of painting that picture for everybody.
All right, he is Chris Doering. Where are you headed next? Do you have another spring game on the docket?
Hey, 7 days I will have gone from Auburn to Florida on Thursday to Ole Miss on this upcoming Saturday. So it's a little bit of a grind here in the middle of the summer, spring, summer, wherever we are.
Felt like winter Saturday, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was terrible, man. I could not have. It sounded like a great idea when they said, hey, man, we're going to have you down on the field. You'll be able to talk to Coach Freeze the entire game. It's going to be great. And then we had the weather issues with the wireless mic. I was stuck on a cord on the sideline, had no monitor. It was brutal, bro.
All right, he is Chris Doering. Go support Chris, man. He needs your emotional support right now after this. At Chris Doering on Twitter. Thanks for the time, Doering. Great talking with you as always.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy.
Bye-bye.
You too. Take care. Chris with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
If you would like to help Doering in his quest for a better attitude, you can donate today. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our great friends at Bud Light there, part of the show here. We'll send out a Bud Light poll question later on about Auburn football. When we come back, we slid our trash conversation to the next segment so that we could talk to Chris Doering. We'll jump into that next, right here on the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, getting to trash here in just a second, right after Brownie tells us about our friends at the Indy Grand Prix coming to Barber Motorsports Park.
It is indeed coming to Barber Motorsports Park. It is going to be a fun weekend of racing there. The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix powered by First. April 28th through the 30th. Accelerate your weekend. Experience 3 days of racing featuring drivers from the iconic IndyCar series. The Barber Motorsports Park, recognized as the Augusta of racing. Enjoy the food trucks, interactive fan zone, Ferris wheel, kids corner, and more. Tickets are limited. They are selling fast. Kids 15 and under get in free. Get yours today, IndyAlabama.com. That is IndyAlabama.com.
Hey, once again, congratulations to Antoine Petway, who got the Kennesaw State job. That's pretty cool. Nicholls State head coach Austin Clouch is rumored to be interested in becoming Alabama's assistant. He's a head coach at Nicholls State, 90-61, and a couple of regular season championships there. Baylor's guard L.J. Reier, who a lot of people had held out hope for maybe being in the SEC, ended up picking Houston. Outgoing Houston guard Tremont Mark picked Arkansas, so two big moves there. And Dusty May of FAU gets a 10-year contract extension.
I'd like to know the dollar value. It's a private school. It'll leak out at some point, but I'd like to know the dollar value.
And the buyout, because none of us believes he'll be there 10 years.
The buyout on both sides, too, though. I mean, if you got a 10-year contract, let's say they just completely go in the tank for 3 or 4 years. I mean, how much money does he walk away with?
That's right, but you got to think Dusty May wouldn't have signed anything that would have tied him to FAU forever.
Would not think so.
Yeah.
I would think everybody there is very realistic. Hey, do you know how fortunate we are as Florida Atlantic to keep a Final Four coach? So, let's do something that looks good. Let's do a 10-year contract. Dusty, we understand how the game's played. We're going to want a little bit.
Yeah.
If you get bought out, but we're not trying to break the bank here.
Let's do trash now. Delayed a little bit so we can talk to Doering. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Spell it with me. W-I-N-E-R. The Texan winning big at the spelling bee. There's 2 N's there. Oh, did I spell wrong?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
At the spelling bee.
Hello, the spelling bee.
What did she spell wiener?
She spelled winner, W-I-N-E-R. Winner.
Yeah, that does not spell wiener. That spells winner without one N, right?
It spells whiner.
Whiner, that's true. I was trying to figure out what it spelled. Hey, listen, every single day, trash presented by our friends at Mortgage Right. The first thing to do when you get ready to buy that home is you contact Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. Let them make home ownership a possibility for you. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start in Houston, Texas. After months of searching for the perfect home, a Texas homeowner was excited to finally move in to her first home with her husband.
Woo!
That is, until a massive utility pole was placed almost directly in front of their house just 2 weeks after closing. Rockstar will have a photo for those of you that, oh my gosh, it's much bigger than I thought.
Yeah,
That's what she
Washington
said.
Monument.
Yes.
I was expecting like a small wooden one.
I was.
And I wasn't even going to like that one.
This thing is massive. I think I have to.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
That is quite large. Why do we need that? That's what they're asking.
Is there a bunch of cell towers at the top of this?
Well, the massive pole is part of an ongoing project to upgrade transmission structures and enhance resiliency in the Montrose area, according to Centerpoint Energy. I'm going to say it sounds like they completely made that reasoning up there.
This looks so photoshopped. This does not even look real.
Well,
that is a still frame from a news story.
Yeah,
a local news story.
Hey, but let me tell you, the first time they bitch about me putting up a fence that I didn't get pre-approved by the HOA, I'm going to point to that and say, well, let's take care of that before you worry about my fence that does not up to y'all's code.
That thing is massive. Like my neighborhood has the underground utilities, and you don't really think about it until you go into another neighborhood and you see the power poles, and you're like, I haven't seen a power pole in quite a while.
When's the last time you've been in a neighborhood with power poles?
Those are poor people. They have what they call
I'm not
power
saying
poles.
that. A lot of neighborhoods have underground utilities now, guys. Let's don't pretend that's a rich thing. That's a new neighborhood thing.
I'm sorry, Jives. Did you take a wrong turn? I'm seeing power poles.
Man, we ain't taking the wrong road as long forever. I'm Jives. We got to take a right here. Damn.
Jives.
I'm just saying, man.
Chump don't want no help. Chump don't get no help. Shit.
When's the last time you've been in a neighborhood with power poles?
Again, recently, that's when you see them, you're like, it just looks different. Do you have power poles in your neighborhood?
Of course I do, Brown.
I don't think you do. I think it's all No, I think you've got underground utilities. I've been in your neighborhood. I don't remember a pole. Jim, you want to start? You want to start throwing shots?
Ask Maggie, see if she answers that question the same way.
Oh my God,
so weird.
No, I'm just talking.
I'm just talking. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean
we
that.
Have power
I'm
poles.
just talking. I don't think you do.
Power poles run deep in the mud puddle.
I don't think you do. A disgruntled dad staged a sit-in protest at McDonald's after his delivery turned up without any fries or drinks.
That makes me so mad.
An Uber Eats driver failed to provide him with the correct amount of food. Dad of 4, David Shepard, took things into his own hands, and he went to protest at McDonald's.
Honest to goodness, looks like a little Chunky Forester. Does anybody else see it? Chunky Forester.
Another well-slept Forester either.
Too many McDonald fries, Forester.
Yep. Oh, he's not wearing a White Sox hat, Forrester. I can't really see the resemblance.
Oh, come on. Somebody Photoshop a old school White Sox hat on top of the 1970s throwback White Sox hat on top of that and see if we get Forrester.
What hat are you wearing today, Forrester?
That's the Lucky brand.
It's a Black Clover hat.
Black Clover, okay. That's
so
a golf
close.
brand, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
I thought you hated golf.
Big golfer here.
Yeah, I know. You hated the Masters. I didn't figure you'd liked anything about golf.
So what is Chunky Forrester mad about?
Well, he's upset about McDonald's.
Well, listen, you can't get DoorDash McDonald's fries and not expect that guy to eat them. I mean, Tyler, you do DoorDash. Do you ever sneak a fry? No.
No? Wow.
You think he'd admit it?
Yeah, all the time, Jim.
No.
They tape the bag so you guys can't steal food or fries. I mean,
This is hermetically sealed.
I mean, even if I'm picking up for my kids and I didn't get me anything on the way back, I will steal a fry or 6.
Well, he did a sit-in to protest, and he was still there at last check. I don't know how long he's planning on sitting there. Seems like a complete waste
He
of
even
time.
parked his car in front of the drive-thru so people couldn't do the drive-thru
He
either.
blocked the drive-thru, and then he did a sit-in in the restaurant until he got his fries.
By the way, didn't last long, I guarantee, if he's blocking the driveway.
Yeah.
The drive-thru.
Yeah, that guy right there doesn't look committed to me. Diddy says, this new story, by the way, Diddy says he's paying Sting. I'm going to ask you this. So Diddy sampled Sting, The Police's Every Breath You Take in his 1997 song.
That's right.
I'll Be Missing You. It's a great song, by the way. How much do you think he pays per day for the rights to that sample?
Per day?
Per day. Diddy has told us what he pays per day for the rights to the sample of Police's Every Breath You Take.
$1,000 a day.
I mean, $1,000 would seem exorbitant to me. It's $5,000 a day. Can you believe that?
Wow. So that's
$5,000 a day.
Yeah. That's almost $2 million, or is that $2 million a year?
I can't math.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try.
$5,000 a day. If Lance was here, he'd have that nailed.
Okay, 10 days is $50,000. 100 days is $500,000.
Lance says $1.825 million.
It's roughly $1.5 million.
Yeah.
What he's paying. But you think about that. I mean, every single day. So if I'm Sting, Rockstar, you know how it works. If I'm Sting, do I get all that? Or does that get chopped
I'm sure
up?
the other Stuart Copeland.
It's really whoever wrote it, right? Yeah. That's who gets the most of it.
At some point, you got to back it up. If people aren't downloading it as much anymore, I mean, it can't go on forever.
Well, yeah. I mean, how many downloads a day do I have to get to make that $5,000 a day worth it is the question.
Well, now it's all about streaming. How many streams do you have to get a day?
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. We've learned
you get
that.
like half a cent per stream. It's really easy.
Yep.
Yeah. The best part is Diddy thought it was $2,000 a day, and it was Sting who tweeted out and corrected him that it was $5,000
right.
according to Bobby.
Yeah. No, that's in the rest of the story, so I don't have to read that part now.
Yeah, thank you,
All
Bobby.
right, let's go to the next story then, Rockstar. People are revealing the weirdest questions they've received during job interviews. So all these questions are asked during a job interview. Question number 1. Do you always dress like that, or do you have normal clothes as well?
Oh, wow.
I mean it as a compliment.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
I
very
like what
beautiful.
you're wearing. It's fantastic on you.
I thought it was going to be like, can you touch your
Wait,
some
what?
people can
do that
touch
again, Jim.
Some people can
let's
touch.
let
I can't
let
do
Scott
it.
get a still shot.
I can't do it, but some people can touch their tongue to the tip of their nose.
Can you do that?
Or
I've
they
seen
can,
it done.
Or they can make the little curl with their tongue. Yeah, you can do that, Brad. I can't do that
Can't
either.
do that either.
Sadly, I can't do anything with my tongue.
Can you tie a cherry?
Nope,
Will
can't
not?
do that either.
Will you at least try?
I
Can you
can't do
touch
it.
your nose with your tongue?
Can't do it.
No. You look cool.
I was looking at my computer screen to see. Up close, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen somebody that could do that though, touch their nose with their tongue.
Oh, I know. Me too.
Number 2, question number 2. Do you want to have children soon?
Oh, wow.
That is a bit of an invasive question,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. Also, question asked during a job interview. These are the worst ones. They placed their can of Diet Mountain Dew in front of me and told me to sell them Diet Mountain Dew. I was interviewing at a pet store.
Somebody's a little too into their job.
You think so?
Somebody saw a movie and
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Somebody saw that movie.
I would have said, no, let me improve your product.
Boom!
that top's off, sir.
Top fell off. That's standard Dunaway.
Yeah.
It's right there, man.
That's
Jives, fix this.
Jives, my top fell off.
No, then I would have quickly said, that's because in my cells, there is no cap.
Oh!
Got to be faster on your feet, Rockstar, in job interviews.
Here's another terrible question asked in a job interview. I see you aren't married. Have you ever made love before, and are you currently engaging in fornication?
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
that
I'm
did
with
not
Dunaway.
happen.
I don't think that happened.
That didn't happen.
Nobody uses the word fornication.
Fornication.
That has never happened.
And finally, is your husband okay with you working full time? I mean, he's got to eat.
Hello, 1957. All right. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at
Mortgage Right. Sorry, Jim. Listen, the first thing you do when you buy a home is you contact our friends at Mortgage Right, mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Would you believe me if I said the final hour of the show today is commercial free?
I would not believe that one
I
bit.
would not, because we are for profit. But we do have one more hour to go right here on TNR. A lot of college football we'll get into, and also an interesting battle back from John Rahm to win the Masters. Bad first hole. A reason why that bad first hole happened, you think I'm the landmine. Wait till you hear this story if you haven't heard it yet. It is next on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Game week for the Stallions, Saturday night, 6:30 at Protective Stadium against the New Jersey Generals. TheUSFL.com for tickets. Again, if you get a chance, wear that next round gear and send us a picture at the game. Would love to see that gear out there. I love days after we run specials in the Next Round store, nextround.store, because the package department has been working overtime out there today. Have you seen how many packages going back and forth?
Yeah, feverishly. I just went to the restroom and passed the outgoing mail portion of our suite here, and I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
The Easter sale. I forgot about the Easter sale.
Yeah, so thank you guys so much for jumping in and getting some discount items from the nextround.store. You can always shop there. Visit the official TNR store to get your shirts, hoodies, hats, and more right there at nextround.store, nextround.store. They bring you the Rockstar camera. You can see the nextround.store website back there and get whatever you want. Nobody has to lead back. You guys are good. It's framed up perfect with it. There you go. It's a good place to get some T-shirts and hats. Forrester, do you have any – did I see you some pictures of a great family?
Kevin, you hear about this? You hear about this?
I was forced to. He couldn't have never have done it. I usually like pumped with the Kennedys. Like, yeah, Jeff, we got the Kennedys here.
Jonathan sent some pictures from Easter. He says his niece Harper has seen a couple other of his family members over the course of the show, either at sporting events. I think they've been on the road with Auburn basketball, and they've been over the road others, and had a picture of his niece Harper, named not after my daughter, same name as my daughter, in her TNR gear. And Harper's picture, do we have that for us, sir? No? Yeah. Nope, we do not. Okay.
So what?
The setup.
Did you send it to him or not?
I did. I sent it to him and Taylor, but that's okay. Yeah. I didn't tell him what it was for. Yeah. We'll show him a little bit later on, Harper. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disappoint you, Harper. It says here that she sees the other family members and has always wanted her picture on the next round.
Right.
So
Scott, we're doing his job.
And I'll get it to Forrester in just a little bit for him to put it up for a little Harper. On this, her Easter wish on this Easter was to be on the TNR commercials.
I don't want to second guess you in this segment, but maybe in the break, if you had confirmed that with Scott, that would have gone a lot smoother.
Yeah. Usually, though, that's just how good the show goes.
Well, I know Scott's the best there is, but he can't do everything.
That Scott reads my minds.
Yeah. Oof, God bless you, Scott.
And I said minds with an S.
Minds, yes.
When I say that family, you knew exactly what I'm talking about in my head.
He said, what? So make sure little Harper knows that life ain't fair. It's not coming up right now.
You did send me pictures of multiple kids, so I don't know exactly which.
Wow. How many families you got?
Harper, Scott. Harper. Jeez.
The great American family.
Which one looks like a Harper in a solo shot by herself in the traditional logo shirt without a hat on?
Holy crap.
Pant leg ruffled up a little bit.
We got a lot of pictures this weekend.
Yeah, And they've been in the commercial rotation.
That's
there.
right.
They have been.
So she's already shown up.
That
then.
was her
she
wish.
Got her Easter
Was it in a
wish.
commercial?
Yeah, she's been on.
But I wanted to do a little extra for little Harper.
You know, we could talk about these things.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I suggested.
Do you have it now?
In hindsight,
Do you have it now?
suggested that.
Usually when you stumble along this long, we get it up here. Nope. Nope. I'll be like they are with McDonald's French fries. I could just sit here until it happens.
Harper, on behalf of the next round, I apologize. We all have dreams.
It's really on me, Harper. It really is. It's
Yeah.
not my Harper.
Yep.
Yeah, I try to make all her dreams come true. Scott, Uncle Scott, let you down here.
Wow. There we go.
Oh, look at little
how
Harper
quick Scott
there.
is. So
Yeah.
that's Harper?
Well, I don't want it now.
Yeah.
So that's Harper right there.
That is
All right,
young
congrats,
Harper, Jonathan's niece. So thanks for sending that picture in there. What a beautiful young lady there and a great looking T-shirt there. Hey, do you have the one with the whole family?
Go ahead and say it, Scott. Say it. What do you think, Scott?
You're exhausting.
Yeah, he really is.
I mean, all the Easter, the whole family's in gear.
Yes, and they've been in commercial rotation.
So they've already made it there.
All right.
That's a nice looking backdrop at Harper there. It looks like a school picture.
Yeah, looks like a horse farm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Pretty spring day there.
No utility poles at all, Brown?
Nope. All underground utilities right there where Harper is.
Yeah. Thank you, Harper and Jonathan's family, for listening and supporting the show. Nextround.store. Nextround.store. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Red Mott Vodka, Red Mott Distilling. No, we haven't had any yet. We just like to have fun at work. But you can drink responsibly all spring and summer, whether you're at the pool, lake, or beach. Oh, look at that Easter picture there.
What?
Oh, it was up briefly.
Oh, look, that's the
Look
whole
at that.
family?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they all got on gear. They're all geared up, man.
Yep. With the Easter basket there and the little one.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good looking people there. Thank you guys for sending those pictures in as well. Red Mott Distilling, Red Mott Vodka. Make sure that you drink responsibly, and wherever you buy your vodka or order your drinks, ask for it by name. Our friends at Red Mott Vodka, Red Mott Distilling, the official vodka of our friend Charles Barkley. All right, as we go back to the Masters and we talk about Jon Rahm, Rahm's 28, right? He's won twice now.
He's got a U.S. Open and a Masters, and I think he's got a top 5 in all 4 majors right now. So he's shown the ability to win them all. Yeah.
So he could one day maybe even beat Rory to the Grand Slam.
All Rory needs is Augusta, which is
seems to be a moving target for him right now.
Tough get for him. Just missed the cut there. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance he could beat Rory there. I mean, he needs 2, Rory needs 1, but that one for Rory has been very elusive.
I'm asking you off the top of your head. Spieth has won a couple as well.
I think Spieth is only missing the PGA.
Only the PGA.
In fact, I'm certain of that. He's won the U.S., he's won the Masters, he's won the British.
So Spieth has won the British too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think he's only missing the PGA, and if you'll give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you how close he's been there. He's very close too.
Arguably, I know this is in context here, but the easiest to win is the PGA?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that you can make that argument.
You got to be good at Augusta to win the Masters. Yeah. There's a different style of golf in the British Open. U.S. Open is a tremendously tough course.
Yeah, let me take that back. He is, he did win the Open Championship in 2017. So, yeah, I did get that right. The PGA, he's had a 2nd and a tie for 3rd. So, I mean, that's just, it's a different type course. I mean, they play different styles of course, just like the U.S. Open does. So you can't just say, it's not like Augusta or the Open Championship where you have to have a specific style of play to win one of those.
What made Jon Rahm so special this weekend is that the very first hole started off with a double bogey. He 4-putted number 1, and it went downhill. Zach Ertz sent a tweet to him. Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 12. Zach Ertz sent a tweet to him that basically said, man, I'm looking at this number 1 green. Looks like a pretty easy starting hole to me, blah, 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 blah. Zach Ertz, of course, NFL player, friend of Jon Rahm.
Not professional golfer.
Not professional golfer. Yeah. Jon Rahm picks up the story while wearing the green jacket.
Zach Ertz today has tweeted and says, I apologize for absolutely nothing. You can expect these texts every major going forward, my friend. I mean, that is pretty wild. I mean, what a weird thing to text somebody, though.
Yeah, right before he's about to play.
Yeah, like,
walk in the park, man.
I know it's the Masters, but that first green, man, it is super gettable.
Yeah. And
he
four
putts.
Yeah.
4 putts. I mean, really, when you think about it, for that not just to send him in a spiral shows you this is a guy who he kind of runs hot. You know, the Spaniard golfers have had a tendency to do that. They show their emotions.
They get a little emotional.
Seve, Jose Maria Olazabal, Sergio, Rahm, all those guys, they kind of show their emotions a little bit. And it gets, quote unquote, they run hot. They got that Latin blood in them. People like to stereotype those types of things. And that has been a criticism of Rahm, that he won't win bigger because he gets pissed too easily. I think that shows a lot of mental maturity from him, don't you? That he 4-putts that first green, didn't send him in any sort of spiral. He ended up shooting a 65 that day.
Yeah, that was the big thing is he came back and, you know, to sleep overnight on a birdie putt and, you know, Brooks having to sleep overnight on a par putt that could be a 2-shot swing right there at the start Sunday's end of round 3 and into round 4, and to come out and you make your putt and Koepka not make. I mean, that's just that's the tone you needed to set, and it seemed like he took the fight to Brooks Koepka all day long. Consistent round. Jon Rahm, a worthy champion there at the Masters. Brown's going to tell us about our friends at A+, the folks that have redone his bathroom at his home there, and then we'll give you a big NFL note for you that was really surprising for some folks last night. And could be something that brings back one more great player to this franchise.
Forrester, do you have those photos of the before and after of my bathroom?
Take your time, Cantlay.
No, Jim didn't send me those either.
Yeah. Have I sent you any of those yet, Forrester? Is that on me?
No.
I'm going to take the L
Negative.
on that one. I'm not going to be like Dunaway and roll you under the bus. I'm taking the L. I have not sent those photos. I promise you I'm going to do that. And I'm going to get them out on social media so you guys can see the before and after from my guy, Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. He redid our master bath, something we've been wanting to do for a long time. We finally pulled the trigger. And when we did that, my beautiful wife, Jennifer Brown, hit the internet and started looking for recommendations. She read Google reviews. She talked to people who'd used other people. She did her homework. She selected Brad Bell, and I'm so thankful she did. The work he did at our home, the before and after is incredible. You can see it for yourself as soon as I get these photos, and I promise you I'm going to have that sometime soon. Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758, Huntsville to Mobile, Anniston to Tuscaloosa. He takes care of all of it. If you missed that number, I will be happy to share it with you. I'll have it on social media with the before and after soon. 205-422-1758 for my guy, Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling.
Bama Fan 1972, which is going to happen first? We see updated pictures of Alabama's bathroom or a remodel of Coleman Coliseum?
Right now, it's neck and neck. I swear to you. I don't know if I got a read tomorrow. I'll have it tomorrow if I have a read. Text Jennifer right now.
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
Okay, you're going to have it tomorrow. Mark's got the early quick Photoshop in of Forrester and his McDonald's French fry sit-in. Forrester, can you pull that picture up?
God, is he in the crosshairs right now or what, Reichstar?
That's insane. I don't know what's going on.
We're just playing.
What did you eat for breakfast today?
We're just playing. I haven't had breakfast. I've had a couple.
Well, he's down 10 pounds.
A couple of protein bars. That always keeps me in a good mood.
Yeah.
Here it is. Quick Photoshop.
Actually, a funny Photoshop.
It actually is. I mean, you throw a hat on you, that does look like French fry Forrester there.
That's Judd Apatow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is little Judd Apatow. You're right. Yeah.
Oh, really good, Mark. Thank you for getting that in.
So quick.
That is my favorite part of the video aspect of this show is that we have the we have the quick Photoshops that our viewers and listeners can throw out, much like they do on Barkley's and Kenny's NBA show.
Or like Lance going, hey, draw a comparison of Ryan Gosling and a shark.
Can you pull that up, Rockstar?
Do you have that picture yet?
Yeah.
Better career, this movie star or this cab driver?
I don't know, dude. He's been in a cab for 100,000 miles.
They say he's the best cab driver in Cleveland. Hunter said, "I'm shocked we saw Harper not Brown's bathroom." Yes, it is shocking. We're trying to fix that.
Odell Beckham Jr., according to reports, picks the Baltimore Ravens when he was supposed to meet with the Jets today, but he jumps the script and signs a one-year, $15 million deal with the Ravens.
A lot of people thought, he was on the shopping list for Aaron Rodgers,
That's right.
And that if he ended up in New York, it was just one more sign that this Aaron Rodgers deal was close to getting done with the
Money
Jets.
talks, man. 1 year, $15 million.
I guess, but if you're him, are you concerned about who's playing quarterback for you? Who's throwing you the football? I guess you could say the same with the Jets because Aaron Rodgers technically has not signed there either. But, if you're Odell Beckham Jr. and this Lamar Jackson thing seems a little bit up in the air for them, does that not concern you a little bit that he's not going to be the guy throwing you the football?
Of course, he was sending out pictures of them FaceTiming last night.
He and Lamar.
OBJ and Lamar Jackson, so...
Yes, that's a good sign. I don't know.
At least maybe if you're a Ravens fan, like our buddy Jace is in the chat room, and also on Twitter, that it may be a sign that you're getting Lamar Jackson back if you're a Baltimore Ravens fan. Odell Beckham Jr., when healthy, still pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's a good piece to have. I don't think he's going to be a number one for anybody, but when last we saw him, healthy and playing, he was playing for Lance's Rams, and he was surprisingly good for them. I did not expect much of him, but it's surprisingly good.
All right. Before we go to break here, you tell me, will you watch any of the Tuesday night play-in games of the NBA playoffs?
Will not. Not one. When do they play them?
Tuesday night, not in your backyard.
You literally said Tuesday night to ask you when they played them. No, I don't plan to watch that. If it's on, I might watch it.
It will be on. They will be broadcast on television. Yeah.
I've been on my TV, Rockstar.
Can I sell you?
If I stumble across it.
Can I sell you on this, Brownie?
Okay, just try.
The NBA, and you agree on something. The NBA officially says these are not playoff games.
That is correct. At least they're right about this.
They are play into the playoff
That's
games, and that you are not considered a playoff team if you're in these games. You've got to survive the play-in games to quote unquote be in the playoffs. That's something you agree with.
No. That's the way I feel about the games in Dayton for the NCAA tournament, and I would feel the same way about the NBA. We do agree on this one. It's going to be hard for me to get fired up about Hawks at Heat and Timberwolves at Lakers.
Okay, here's what you have. This is the way it works if you're not familiar with the play-in. Hawks and Heat, winner goes as the 7th seed to play number 2 Boston. Bulls and Raptors, winner of that game plays the loser of the Hawks and Heat, and then the winner of that game gets in as the 8th seed to eventually be beat by number 1 Milwaukee. That's in the East. Meanwhile, in the West, Timberwolves fighting amongst themselves, playing the Lakers. Winner gets the 7th seed to play number 2 Memphis. Seems ideal. Oklahoma City and New Orleans. Winner of that game gets the loser of T-Wolves Lakers. Winner of that series against number 1 Denver. It's interesting at least compared to these long drawn-out early playoff series, but better chance of me watching that one-and-done games as opposed to a series to start with. But I have a feeling it's going to be a NBA playoff that ends up drawing people in.
Well, I think there is an unpredictable nature of it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
When
you got Phoenix as a 4 seed,
yeah,
Golden State as a 6 seed, and you've got Boston as a 2, even though Milwaukee had a better record, people think Boston may be the best team in the league, and Philadelphia not playing bad as a 3 in the other one. I think there's some interest there.
No, I think it is. It seems like about as wide open. LeBron and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson to a certain degree, but LeBron and Steph a lot of times have made the NBA playoffs not feel as wide open. With those two guys a little bit out of the way, I know the Warriors are still in this thing, but LeBron may not be if the Lakers can't win these the play-in game. It does feel a little bit more wide open.
Yeah, I agree with you. So that starts tomorrow night with those play-in games to get to the NBA playoffs. I just thought you'd be psyched that they agree with you.
I am happy they agree with me. It does not necessarily mean I'm going to be watching now.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, when we come back, we will continue the conversation with college football. TJ Finley gets asked if he doesn't win the starting job, will he still be on the Auburn roster? That after the Auburn A-Day game, what TJ says to that and a lot more when we come back on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Somebody says we should get a Photoshop of Brown's bathroom pictures.
Okay, it's Jennifer Rockstar. You'll be happy to know this.
I didn't say anything.
I know. Jennifer says they're coming this afternoon. So she's going to have them this afternoon.
She getting developed?
God, this is on me. It's not on her. It's on me 100%. I will have them tomorrow.
And what, how old do you have to be now to not remember having to take pictures and go get them developed? Like your whole life, Tyler, you've never had to develop pictures, right?
He says he has.
Oh, you have?
The best is that you got to go doubles. Always got to go doubles.
Yeah, that's right. I want double prints.
That's right. When you go to Wolf, you'd say, give me double prints. Yeah. But, I mean, you didn't know. I mean, you could take a whole roll of film somewhere. You didn't know if you had one good picture in those.
Or blurry. There's a lot of fog.
Yeah.
And I would throw it away instantly, too. As soon as I'd get it from Wolf, I'd go sit in my hot car, air conditioner running, and I'd start going through them. And I'd look, okay, that's just apparently my finger. Throw both of those away. And I would pare it down, man. Pare it down right there. The ones I like or not. If I didn't like it, never made it into the house.
It's like my cousin Vinny when he's going through this. Oh, this is great. Could you have been any further away?
Where are all of these leaves?
Well, it's leaves.
Just shout it out when you know it.
And then right now at my house, we still have buckets of just pictures thrown in there. Just pictures. I've got a bag. I got a Ziploc bag of undeveloped film.
No, you don't.
Pictures of an undeveloped film.
And you got no clue what's on those rolls?
Yeah, where do you go now?
Do you think I should?
I'm a rock star. I don't know where you
would
get
that be a good video? Just to take them and get them developed.
Do you have any clue what's on these?
No clue. Like, we don't label them or anything. No clue.
Where did you? So you just found a bag?
I mean, they could be anything, bro.
I know. It's exciting. Did you just find a bag of rolls of film?
No, I kept them in a bag to get them developed.
I'm going to get rid of this.
And
bag.
I'm sure somewhere
you can't say anything.
I'm sure somewhere along the way I was supposed to get them developed, and Maggie may think they got developed at some point or not.
But you got no clue what's on this roll.
This is it's post-marriage. I have a feeling it could be from our second kid, because we don't have any pictures of him anywhere in the house. I mean, there are very few.
It's awesome.
I mean, the first kid, you take 1,000 pictures. Second kid, first time he walks. Maybe got a video or a picture.
Second kid does have to fend for themselves a little bit. There's no doubt.
First kid, though, everything.
Yep.
First ice cream. First time to the dentist. First haircut. Second one is like, I'm not getting the camera out for this.
Your brother already did this.
Yeah.
It says Walmart still develops film, apparently. So you can take it to Walmart.
I think local drugstores.
Yeah, CVS it says. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Should we do that one at a time, or should we do them all?
I don't know. I'm fascinated. Well, I think you'll dig through them, and like if we could hand them to someone that could control the outcome here, and we could just see what's on them, I think you'll dig through them and throw out anything that's embarrassing.
Well, let's just say though, let's say if there's anything inappropriate, we'll say that.
Yeah,
from a different period in my.
Have you taken inappropriate pictures before? Because I have not.
You're talking to Dunaway,
yeah.
You know.
I mean,
there were body.
Oh, this is hot.
Now put your leg up on that tree stump.
It's gonna be like those pictures out of Gatlinburg. Maggie's got a pistol. She's wearing a garter.
A musket.
Yeah, a musket. She's wearing a garter.
Well, I don't remember what we did. We were young and single, or in between 1 and 2 kids. I don't know what we did. So
You got no clue what's on this.
No.
Yeah.
I would say
this one here is labeled the Pineapple Days.
No, I'd be interested in this.
Okay.
I think it's good content.
Okay, I'll ask. Taylor knows good content.
Well,
I'll
the
ask
most
Taylor
interesting thing would be if you just physically gave the bag to little T, and she got to go develop and show us all that was on there. But I don't think you seem nervous to do that because you have no clue. Like I'm with Rockstar. I'm not a big compromising situation film taker. Like I didn't make a whole lot of photos.
I'm not getting embarrassed if you look through the pictures on my phone. I'm not going to freak out.
Yeah, I need my phone right now, and you can look through any photo on my phone.
I don't remember taking any pictures that would be inappropriate.
Right.
At least of Maggie.
Oh my!
I know it's so.
I may have taken some of myself to give to Maggie, but
return to sender.
And you were going to run those through CBS? Like in the initial days that you actually took them?
No, I would never do that.
See, that's the whole thing. That's why.
I would never do that.
It's more likely now, though I've heard stories, Rox, I don't know if they're true, of people that used to develop film.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Oh, they've got to see them.
Yeah, like some of the stuff that came through there. Because there's some
Wilsons
people that
are back. Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's some people that did not care. They're like, hey, it's out there. We're going to do it this way.
TK said, little T said, let's do it. And then after we mentioned the inappropriate pictures, okay, maybe not.
Yes. No.
We'll do it.
It's a great idea.
We'll do it. We'll knock it out. NASCAR's a great idea as well. Already open. It's not open yet, but the campgrounds will open early. Come on in and camp. Best camping situation, absolutely free over at NASCAR Talladega.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Everything starts Friday, April 21 with a big one on the Boulevard, a huge party there. And then Saturday, a doubleheader of racing and a Cole Swindell concert. And then the Geico 500 Sunday. You can enhance your race weekend experience by adding the Talladega Garage Experience, presented by Cool Ray. See what that's all about and reserve your spot at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Carson says there was once a place in Tuscaloosa that would develop film with nudity in them. Drive-through place. Can't recall the name. Bobby says Wolf would actually develop the naked girlfriend pics back in the day, so he heard.
So there's some places that would not do that, huh?
I think so, but I remember Wolf. They were so busy, Bobby. It seemed like they just put them in a machine. And it was like, and they would just grab them by the bulk and stack them up. Sometimes I don't even think they saw the pictures themselves.
Yeah. So like, basically, did you have to tell them like, hey, by the way, this roll has some nudity on it. If anybody doesn't need to see that.
Oh, that would intrigue me even more. Oh, okay.
Okay, we won't look.
Rockstar, it's your turn to develop that one. Here we go.
Or did it just pop up on the screen? They're like, we ain't developing that.
Yeah.
By the way, congratulations.
Daniel says he used to camp as a Boy Scout over at Talladega Super Speedway. It's where he saw his first boob.
Well, you could see that there.
You see the other one, too?
Yeah.
Never know.
Package deal sometimes.
So Josh says Walmart would not. They lost some spring break photos that they would not develop anything that had nudity in it. So they lost some spring break stuff. So it just pops up on the screen, and they were like, we're not doing that one. Sorry. We'll move on.
Wow, so you lose them, right? They wouldn't give you the negatives?
Well, it's true, yeah, because back then the canister was useless once they pulled it. Yeah. Oh, that is kind of sad.
Yeah,
I guess.
I'd want my pictures back. I'd want my negatives back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I absolutely do know what you mean. I mean, they are my pictures.
It is America,
I would
after
think
all.
they would give you the negatives back. They're just like, we can't develop. I mean, sir, I've seen your negatives here. And might I say.
It's art.
Yep. He says, nope, nothing. They wouldn't give
Wow. Well, I would at least think I got the negatives back.
Yeah.
Now, for you kids out there, the negatives were the small ones before they got developed.
Yeah.
You could hold them up to a light and you can see what's on them.
Or take them somewhere else and get developed.
Yeah.
Josh, I'm not a litigious guy, but sounds like a lawsuit to me.
It feels like they were my property.
Yeah.
Sure, I signed something when I handed them over that says they're not my property anymore, but it certainly feels that way.
Yeah. All right, TJ Finley. Tell me if you think TJ Finley is getting a fair shake from Auburn fans, Auburn coaches, the media that covers Auburn. Cut number 7, Rockstar. TJ Finley gets asked if he'll stay at Auburn. Now, I guess it's a fair question because he wasn't part of the Auburn roster at the end of last year because he took a leave of absence for mental health reasons. Our friends at ABC 3340 down there when TJ Finley gets asked this question.
If you're not the starting quarterback at the beginning of camp, do you intend to fully back up Robbie? You have no intention of leaving?
I'm not sure. I'm just focusing on having a good Sunday tomorrow and having a good dinner with my family.
I think Coach Freeze, obviously a creative offensive mind. Has he had discussions with you about how he wants to utilize you in this offense?
I think each and every quarterback has a fair, shot in this competition to lead the offense, whether they want to change certain things depending on who the guy is. I haven't seen that so far. Everybody's been running the same plays and learning the same things, and it's all about who goes out there and execute the best.
Rockstar, just give me the first answer again. I started off by saying, are we giving him a fair shake? I don't know if this is the answer that would. Well,
Johnny Cogden asked him point blank there.
I don't know if this is the answer you give if you're looking for a fair shake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's TJ again.
If you're not the starting quarterback at the beginning of camp, do you intend to fully back up Robbie? You have no intention of leaving?
I'm not sure. I'm just focusing on having a good Sunday tomorrow and having a good dinner with my family.
I mean, we could ask him today. It is now Monday and dinner is over. I don't know if he's changed his mind.
I'm focusing on digesting that dinner.
It's got to get a nap and a snack. But that is far from a commitment to stay at Auburn. I mean, he could have said, whoa. No. It's got nothing to do with I'm the starter, I'm not the starter. I'm committed to Auburn University and Coach Freeze.
That's right.
And I'm going to stay here and I'm going to get better. I intend on winning the starting job, but I'm not going to take my ball and go home if I don't.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't care if you're committed or not. I at least expect you to play the part and act like you're committed.
So you
give me the answer. I don't care. I mean, I expect you to leave, to be honest with you, if you don't win the job. But at least while you're still wearing my gear and trying to win the job, at least tell me that you're here regardless. I'm just going to I'm going to fight like hell to win the job. And whatever the coaches decide, I'm here with Auburn. And then leave if you want to, but at least play the game with me here. Give me a wink and a nod like you're committed to me.
Well, he didn't even answer. He dodged the question, which I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Which one do you think makes it better or worse?
Well, if you don't answer the question, then to me it's always a no.
I mean, if you
or
dodge
yes, depending on what the question is.
you dodge it for a reason.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. In that case right there, since you didn't say, oh, yeah, I'm committed to Auburn, whatever the coaches decide, I'm here to help Auburn win. If you don't say something of like that, then to me, you're saying, yeah, if I'm not the starter, there's a good chance I'm leaving.
But how many Auburn fans do you think are going to be wound up about that? Like if today on social media, TJ Finley said, hey, had a great Easter service and a good dinner with the family. I have now decided I am leaving Auburn. I don't think one Auburn fan's like, crap, I can't believe he left.
I think a lot of people thought he had already left.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of people were surprised that his name was back on the roster. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, honest to goodness, the way Ashford played, I'd almost completely forgotten about TJ Finley. And I never once assumed he would be part of the Hugh Freeze experiment here. Or Hugh Freeze, experiment's a bad word there. That he would play for Hugh Freeze. I thought he'd already be gone, but if he announced today that after further thought, I am going to withdraw from Auburn and move on, I don't think one Auburn fan gets upset about that. I think they have seen all the TJ Finley playing quarterback at Auburn that they want to see.
Our friends at Hemphill bring you Lance's lock. He'll send that out later today at the Lance Taylor. He's doing fine after his surgery, but of course the tonsillectomy takes a little getting over with, so likely we'll not see Lance in studio with us all week. We continue to give you updates on him. Hope you guys send in some well wishes on Twitter at the Lance Taylor. That's what he'll send out. The lock later on, brought to you by Adam and Chad and the great team at Hemphill. They're the only ones that fix it right, and fix it the first time when it comes to your plumbing, cooling, and heating. And get this, they do it at a fair price. That's a great business plan. That's why Birmingham's trusted the name Hemphill since 1954. Hemphill Services. Listen, stop spinning the wheel when it comes to fixing your air conditioning or your heat or plumbing problems. And a lot of you do that. You just Google. First name pops up. And, some people manipulate that. Or you maybe ask a neighbor or something like that. Or you see a truck riding down the road. Stop the guessing game. Go to the best people, the ones we trust. They're going to fix it right, fix it at a fair price. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. You're going to say, man, you guys have been talking about Hemphill all these years. Well, there's a reason why, right? Because they're that good. That's when we tell you trust them. Why are you guessing about who to fix your plumbing or your heating? Go to these guys, Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Great deal right now to get your air conditioning checked before the heat starts coming this way. Hemphill, just remember that name when you start to Google. Put that name in there, Hemphill Services. All right, when we come back on Friday, I asked Brown, who deserves more respect, like Frank Solage is getting from Nebraska, about the job they did recently in college football. Last year, last 5 years, last 10 years, last 20 years. A little bit more respect on these names. We'll throw one or two out. We'd love to see who you think deserves more respect for the job they did in college football at a certain position. They're not there anymore. Frank Solage is getting his due. Matt Rule is bringing him back for Nebraska's spring game. We'll talk about a couple of more of those when we come back on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all can have the rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Our Woodhouse Day Spa, where my wife is going to be cruising by to get a little treatment this week, a little post-Easter celebration for the Duke Divinity student before we go on vacation, and then she goes back to school for summer sessions. I gave her that Christmas gift back-to-back years there at Woodhouse Day Spa. It's a great gift idea, Brownie.
It absolutely is. You can see more at birmingham.woodhousedayspas.com, birmingham.woodhousedayspas.com. Book that the appointment there. Go get Rockstar's wife had the pregnancy massage. Nancy absolutely loved it. It's a great gift idea. Mother's Day is right around the corner. Go ahead and just take all the thinking out of it. Get mom a gift from Woodhouse Day Spas, even a couple's gift if you'd like to do that. You get gift cards. You can book online there. You can see all the great promotions. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's Birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
So Frank Solich is getting honored at this year's spring game in Lincoln, Nebraska. So I wanted to ask you, is there another coach, 2 coaches, 3 coaches or so out there that could get you into the conversation of someone who needs to be respected more for the job they did when they were there? I mean, Frank Solich, you go back and look, what was it, 58 and 19?
I think so, yeah.
Something like that. Now, he's coming off replacing Tom Osborne, but he spent 40 years with the program. And you go back and look at what they've done since then, and you say to yourself, why'd you ever get rid of Frank Solich? Why not keep one of your own? Well, they're coming back to honor him now, and that's a good thing that Matt Rule is doing there. Do you have anybody else you'll throw on the list?
Can I throw
one out
please.
first? Another Nebraska guy, Bo Pelini.
Well, he was like a 9 wins a year coach there, wasn't he?
Never would get to 10, would always win 9. But what they've done since then, you go, okay, maybe Bo deserves a little bit more respect for the job he did at Nebraska. Problem is, Frank Solich was better than that, and they went away from Frank Solich to try to change the direction and modernize the program. And Pelini did a decent job there. Probably deserves more respect than he got there.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think either one of those, more Solich than Bo Pelini, but I think both of them, in hindsight, in retrospect, did a much better job than you thought they did.
Yep.
Solich was just a step down from Tom Osborne. And Nebraska fans had not realized yet, hey, those days are probably over for you. And then Pelini was just another small step down from Solich. You're like, well, if we fired Solich for this, we got to fire Pelini for this. And then now you start chasing your tail.
Exactly.
And that's what they're doing. And they hope they're getting out of that now with our buddy Matt Rule. I'm going to go with Rick Neuheisel at Colorado. He left there to take the Washington job. And he'd only been there 4 years, but I want you to think about how bad Colorado football has been recently.
Right.
Rick Neuheisel's first 2 years were 10-2, and both finished in the top 10 in the Associated Press. How far from that is Colorado now?
Forever.
He had a 5-6, and then his last year was an 8-4. So he had 2 10-2s and an 8-4. They haven't been that good in a 4-year window since he left, I don't think.
You said 4-year window because they had that 1 year with McIntyre.
5-6. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about with McIntyre.
Yeah, I think he got 10 wins. I think he got 10 wins 1 year.
Yeah, and I think they maybe played for the conference championship or won it or something, but they haven't been that good in a long time. Jim McElwain, one day, I hope Florida views Jim McElwain better than the Shark story that wasn't even him and the way it all ended for him. He coached in 2 SEC championship games, McElwain did. Won the East twice. Not an amazing record, 19-8, 13-5 in conference. But Dan Mullen had 1 SEC championship game appearance. In a 2-year window, 19-8, 13-5 is better than Florida has been since Urban Meyer.
No, absolutely. Did a better job there.
Yeah.
And you got to think that, he got replaced by who? I mean, he got
replaced
Dan Mullen.
Dan Mullen, yeah.
Who had a team, and we all know Mullen doesn't recruit great.
Right.
Had a team.
One East champion, yeah.
Yeah, and really could have been in the playoffs if they held on and beat Alabama, played Alabama about as tough as anybody in 2020. A lot of those were McElwain recruits.
Yeah, and they had the shoe throwing incident against LSU that cost them that game right before they played Alabama, or they would have been a lock for the playoffs if they had beaten Alabama.
Absolutely.
This one is another one that left, back to the Rick Neuheisel deal. But Brett Bielema at Wisconsin coached in 3 Rose Bowls. Now, the third one.
How do they perceive him there, I wonder?
Oh, I bet they hate him because he left for Arkansas. Now, I wonder if in hindsight some Wisconsin fans will accept that Barry Alvarez was tough to work for. Because if you remember Gary Anderson, was that his name? The guy that was the coach there, Gary Anderson, was his name, and he left and he took the Oregon State job after only 2 years. And then there was no mystery that it was the fact that
I think he said
Alvarez is tough to work for. Yeah,
he was always looking over my shoulder.
That's right. And I think maybe in hindsight, Wisconsin fans will accept that. But do you know how many Rose Bowls they've been to since Bielema left? You've gone the 2 years of Gary Anderson and however long Paul Chryst was there.
0?
1. I mean, and Bielema had 3 straight at the end. Now, the third one, to be fair, was only because Ohio State was on probation. But those first 2 were absolutely earned. 3 straight Rose Bowls to end his tenure there, and they've only been to 1 since. This last one, and I do think this guy is remembered fondly, but there's a punchline about this guy, and I think this program, since he left, shows us what a good job he actually did when he was there, and that's Lloyd Carr at Michigan. You remember the punchline about Lloyd? You have to have 2 L's to spell Lloyd?
That's right.
I mean, it's a good punchline, but in hindsight, what Michigan has been since Lloyd Carr tells you what a great job Lloyd Carr did there. 5 Big Ten championships, 4 Rose Bowls, an Orange Bowl, a national championship, and 4 Citrus Bowls. And before you scoff at a Citrus Bowl, keep in mind, oftentimes the second best Big Ten team got sent to the Citrus Bowl in that era.
Mike Leach's team at Washington State.
Yep.
Those were really, really good. Mike Leach at Texas Tech. I don't know if either one of those appreciated him as much as Mississippi State fans will forever.
Yeah, the legal issues that ended Texas Tech with Craig James' kid.
Well, Vol fan 205 says Gus Malzahn. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, I hope one day Auburn fans appreciate what Gus Malzahn did.
It's going to be complicated. I mean, he did take you to 2 SEC championship games, almost should have won a national championship. If he's able to close the deal there in that Rose Bowl, I do wonder how differently he's viewed.
How about
67-35?
Bobby Petrino at Arkansas. Will he ever get the respect of where he had them? No, because of where he put the program after that?
Yeah, I mean, he put himself in front of the program, and I think fans will never forget that. He was only there 4 years. In memory, he was there longer than 4 years to me. But 34-17, and it was that last year where they finished 5th in the nation. They were 11-2, 6-2 in conference. Their 2 losses were to Alabama and LSU. I really think at the end of the year they were the 3rd best team in America. They just so happened to have to play in the SEC West.
How do you think Notre Dame fans feel about Brian Kelly right now?
Well, I hope one day, I'm sure they are a little bit hurt that he took the LSU job, but I hope one day they realize that he's by far and away the best coach you've had since Lou Holtz.
Another good one, David Cutcliffe at Ole Miss.
You know, I looked at that one. Cut had a lot of 7-win seasons. He had the one good year where they were a game away from playing in Atlanta.
Yeah. Better known as Ole Miss's saga, usually, one game away.
Yeah, but Hugh Freeze had them back in that situation. Lane Kiffin's had them close, not quite back in that situation, but close. I don't know. Since then, Freeze has done a lot, and Kiffin has done a little bit, so I think that diminishes that some.
Is Rich Rod beloved at West Virginia?
I would hope. I don't know how they feel about him. But I'll pull it up real quick. There's another guy who's a game away from playing for a national championship there. West Virginia is a long way from 60-26 in his time there. 60-26, 34-14 in conference.
I think I saw with the new Big 12, West Virginia is the winningest program of all time left in the Big 12, and counting the new teams coming in.
11-1, 11-2, 10-2 in his last 3 years there. That is, they're a long, and have been since he left and they hired Bill Stewart to replace him.
Yeah,
long way from that.
Think about those overnight. Feel free to DM us or send that on social media at Next Round Live. Good to see Frank Solich getting his due at Nebraska after a great run there and then being forced out because he wasn't Tom Osborne. One more segment to go. Some final thoughts coming up right after this on TNR.
Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to TimberlineGC.com. TimberlineGC.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Jason with a great funny line. We already celebrate Bo Pelini Day, Dunaway, September 4th, 9-4 every year.
I'll tell you what, if Matt Rule went 9-4 this year, how pumped would they be?
Yeah, fired up.
Yeah.
Big Ten Coach of the Year.
It just shows you, how you can't ever see the future. We were talking about how far Alabama football had fallen at one point earlier in the show today. Nobody ever thinks they're going to be there when you're a great program.
Never, ever. Bromberg's has been a great program since the 1800s, and they are the place to get the diamond when you ask the question.
There is no doubt about it. A family-owned and operated purveyor of fine jewelry since 1836. Also quality diamonds, jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our good friends at Bromberg's today. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
Bobby's been very active over in the chat room today, so I want to try to make his day right here.
Oh, I'm sure this will do it.
Guy got that picture of Harper?
The Cubs being mentioned as a dark horse team for when Shohei Ohtani is either traded or hits the free agent market.
Interesting.
That was one team he considered when he was leaving Japan to come over here. It was all the West Coast teams, and the Cubs may be in the mix for Ohtani, who to me is still the best show in baseball. Not only can he rip it at the plate, but his pitching is really good. He's going to do that for a few more years at least. I think that would be really entertaining to see him at Wrigley.
You know who's tearing it up for the Cubs? Dansby Swanson, by the way, the former Brave. You're right, though, to see him in a major market like that, where the East Coast gets to watch him more than they watch him in Anaheim. I mean, that would be interesting. And I mean, anybody that can, you know how Cubs fans love that team, and anybody that comes in and leads them to a championship, if you can make them a championship caliber team, in that city, I mean, he would become just an absolute hero. I mean, he'd be celebrated. They'd be building statues next to Ernie Banks for him.
Bobby says they signed Suzuki a couple of years ago specifically to recruit Ohtani. And another reason why he thinks it's 2024 for the Cubs. He is in the number 2 market right now in Los Angeles. But,
but he's the secondary team in that market.
Yeah. Angels are different than the Dodgers. He could end up with the Dodgers. They're in the mix. Padres are apparently have Fort Knox, the keys to Fort Knox. They're paying everybody. I did want to ask you.
It'd be like the White Sox are the secondary team in Chicago, right?
It is true, though. It is true, though.
Scott.
Do you have a picture of the White Sox?
He's about to give you a picture.
So Swanson leaving the Braves or Freeman leaving the Braves, which one upset Braves fans? Does that fly or not fly?
You watched last night?
I did
What
watch.
are you doing watching The Zone last night?
I was flipping through the channels trying to find something to watch, and that was the only part I saw. No, I'm kidding. I watched more than that.
Jeff Spiegel question last night, and I mean, I had to defer to Doug Segrist. He's a big Braves fan. But, boy, I mean, the Braves did not like the way Freeman did all that.
Yeah.
And Swanson is tearing it up.
Yeah, I don't want to answer for Doug. How would I ever,
far be it from me.
Far be it from me to.
I said that because I didn't really have a good answer, so I was like, I'll just try to make people laugh.
Yeah. Good pocket square game last night from you on television.
Hey, thank you, man. That's nice of you to say.
Really
Thanks for watching The Zone, Jeff.
Yeah. You look skinnier on television than you do in person.
I don't know how to take that one.
Oh, I do. It's a Dunaway. Yes.
That was a slimming color you had on last night. You should wear it more often.
Just kidding, bro.
Just kidding, Brown. That's our show today. LT came by briefly with us. He'll be back with us spots here and there throughout the week as he recovers from his tonsillectomy. He appreciates your prayers and your well wishes. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.